NBA playoffs, you had a lot of action. The Pacers erased a 7-point deficit with 30 seconds to go. Big choke by the Bucks. Pacers win the series. Giannis got into it with Tyrese Halliburton's dad on the court after the game. Pistons win over the Knicks to stay alive. They're going to Game 6 in Detroit. Celtics win over the Magic to win that series. Nuggets over the Clippers to go up 3-2 in that series. Some other reporting in football. Kamari K. Cabot in Cleveland reports that Shedeur Sanders is on the outside looking in, going into the offseason programs in training camp, and he will have to beat out at least one of the 3 quarterbacks ahead of him to make the final Cleveland Browns roster. Nick Underhill in New Orleans reports that it would be stunning if Derek Carr played for the Saints this year, and they will be starting either Tyler Shuck, their second-round quarterback, or somebody else in Week 1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody, good morning. Detaching from that point about it being in distress, the Everybody Eats hat really goes next level when I see it upside down. You give me that Josh Allen Everybody Eats hat with the logo upside down. You want that?
I'm a little... Yes, I'm interested.
You are?
I'm interested. Yeah. Although... No, I guess in that clip you do hear, like, you could do that. That's not how I usually will wear them.
No, that's not what it means at all.
I have a Bison's upside-down hat. It doesn't mean I'm mad at the Bison's when I wear it.
Have you seen...
Because they lost what? Scranton.
Sure. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything bad about your team. Have you seen the Wisconsin upside-down hat?
No.
There's a couple...
Wisconsin Badgers?
Yeah, like the Wisconsin.
Would be an M.
No, it's the full word Wisconsin.
Oh, okay.
But the problem is, Wisconsin upside down looks like Nisnoxim, because only one letter doesn't look like a letter.
Oh.
It looks up.
Yeah.
I'll show it to you right here. Like, look at that. That's weird. Wisconsin upside down.
It looks like a word.
Right. So some logos and some teams, it doesn't quite work. We were joking the one day about which team's logos would look the same.
Right.
If you flipped it vertically.
Right.
Some of them do.
There were some.
Some of them do. Anyway, hey, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, our phone lines are open, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. How's everybody doing?
Good.
Wait, sorry. I got to introduce the new name of the show. It's Jerry and Joe here on WGR.
Good morning. Brand new show.
I am now Jerry. That's the rule. If Stephen A. Smith and Nick Wright refer to you as Jerry, that's your name.
I think you should just have to be Jerry the whole day.
I'm Jerry. It's Jerry and Joe.
Yeah.
We made the rounds on the Shouty shows.
Yes,
and
we did.
We are now Jerry and Joe.
Yes. Thank you to Eric Mangini and nobody, by the way, for that was on what's Nick Wright's show? First Things First.
Yep.
On FS1. No producer or anything jumping in and being like, guys, it's Jeremy and Joe. Someone correct them during the segment before they say it 12 times, which they did instead.
Right.
Say it 12 times. So I think they at least got it right on first take. I'm not sure.
Yep. I've got a Twitter poll up. I've got to replace it because it's 6 a.m. and I put the wrong year. So I'm going to do this over again. That's a good time. I was basically going to ask a question that's a normal question for us to ask this time of year. Has the Bills offseason to this point, free agency, extensions, draft, has it moved your needle on expectations for the, I wrote 2026 season, 2025 season. So I will repost this. More optimistic.
Before 7 a.m. So
that's right. We're allowed to make as many
Before 7
mistakes as
a.m.
possible before 7 a.m. So thank you to the one person on Twitter that pointed that out. I'll have to repost this. Has the Bills offseason at this point moved your needle on expectations for the 2025 season? More optimistic, about the same, or less optimistic? So there you go. You can vote on that. 2026 season. Ugh, woof. Sorry about that. It's early.
we could talk about next year if you really want to in the new stadium. Everybody feeling the emotion of the hype.
The final year at Highmark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this year.
Yeah. And the schedule comes out 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Yep.
Maybe 2 weeks from today. Sorry, 2 weeks from today. May 14th. 2 weeks from today, the schedule comes out.
Okay, there's only 30 days in April.
That's right. There's only 30 days.
Does everybody just know that, right? I mean, it's 6:09 on that, but I think I would have realized that at some point.
There's one of those sayings, 30 days has, and then there's 4 months that do, and you know the same.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's a thing that maybe you don't need to know anymore now that everybody carries a calendar in their pocket.
So 14 days until the schedule comes out, 10 days before we really start getting things we could piece it together with.
That might be
Leaks and, hey, there's
International schedule.
International schedule. Concerts are happening on this day, so we know that's not happening. And
Primetime games.
Sure. They will go on Good Morning America like the day before, 2 days before, and announce a game or two.
They'll announce the Christmas triple header or something like that. I remember last year one of the earliest games we learned about was, or maybe a couple of years ago, Chargers Chiefs was going to be in
that was going to be the
Amazon
first,
Prime,
the first Amazon Prime game.
And Packers Eagles was in Brazil.
Yep,
we found out that one early on. So yeah, we'll get a lot of that stuff. That's 2 weeks, from today is the full schedule, and that's when the first time we'll have Howard pick the Bills. I was texting Howard about that last night. So,
about him picking the Bills?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to do it yet?
I don't want him to do it yet. I mean, the fake schedule.
We have the opponents.
We do have the opponents. The fake schedule is, whatever. It's fun. But anyway, on to the season. We've got lots to get to today. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast and the Bill Squad podcast and he's got a lot of them. Locked On NFL Scouting and the NFL First Read. He's doing a bunch. He's a busy man. He joins us at 8 o'clock to talk about this Bills draft class that he likes some parts of and doesn't like some others. So we'll get to Joe Marino at 8 o'clock. I've reached out to Sal, check in today as well, as we continue to kind of move forward from the draft, the finger quotes here, fallout. I thought about a fun topic to try and remember and do a little memory lane stuff early, which is what were the most controversial Bills drafts? This one, not that controversial.
Not at all.
Not that controversial really at all. The biggest issue was general belief that I thought they might take a wide receiver somewhere before the 7th round.
The biggest controversy here was basically they didn't draft a receiver in like round 4.
Yeah, that was really it.
And that does not rank highly at all.
No. And
at all.
Past that, controversy might have been on last year when they trade with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
That was a good, honest back and forth. A good debate about should they, shouldn't they, how will that play out. There's
Kincaid even to an extent, right? Because you already have a tight end. You just paid him. You needed a wide receiver. You went with this guy instead. You're calling him like a wide receiver.
Yep.
So Kincaid was, I don't know if I'd want to go controversial, though. It was at least interesting, though.
Yeah.
And curious.
Yeah. There's the Elam draft pick. That was pretty standard.
That was standard.
There's the Rousseau year. That was pretty standard that year as well.
I feel like you'll often get that with defensive draft. Well, most times.
Yeah.
But with the defensive draft pick.
I agree. I think defensive line and offensive line are generally treated as, you've got to do that. And the Bills have spent 8 top 100 picks on defensive linemen in Bean's tenure. So, this is...
Yeah.
Was Ed Oliver controversial? I don't remember it being that controversial. Allen, of course, was... because people wanted a quarterback and had opinions on the different quarterbacks. Before that, Tre'Davious White, that's trading down with the Chiefs who got Mahomes. At that time, it was a little bit of a, maybe you should have gone for a quarterback now, but that's McDermott's first year. And then we're back into, Rex and thinking back to the most controversial and the most criticized Bills drafts.
The drought, there's a few.
There are.
For sure.
There's trading up for Watkins. There's EJ and Lossman. There's...
You haven't mentioned my number one yet.
Gilmore didn't smile.
Right.
There's Spiller.
There you go.
Spiller is one. And the other one...
Spiller, when you already have Marshawn Lynch and Fred Jackson on the roster in the top 10 still. To this day, it still blows my mind. I love Spiller.
Yeah.
Like one of my favorite players during the drought era. It blows my mind to this day they made that draft pick with the roster they already had.
Some might call that a fantasy football pick, right? Not filling out a full team, going too much.
That one might be a little bit more defendable. They could blame that on, although who was playing fantasy back then.
That's right.
Was that Buddy Nix that made that draft pick? I doubt he was.
The year before Spiller was Aaron Maben. That was a big one. Aaron Maben was Brian Arakpo.
I
was
remember
right there.
wanting
People
Arakpo.
were very mad about the Maben pick, and that one did blow up.
Wasn't that one also nobody knew who made the pick? Like, who actually made was it Geron? Was it Russ Brandon? Was it... Because I don't think they had an official general manager at that point in time, if I have that right.
Yeah,
there's a period where they don't have an official GM.
Yeah, and there's like distancing themselves from pick. They say that was Geron's pick.
Right, but then Geron... I thought I remembered him blaming it on somebody else, too, at some point. So the Maben pick is, like, weird, I think. The whole thing is just weird on that one. There's a lot of good drought ones. Yep. For sure. Spiller, to me, though, just jaw hit the floor when they picked him, where they did. And he was exciting, and they ended up trading away the Hall of Fame running back because they had picked him. Right? They trade Lynch a couple months later because they had just picked Spiller, and he goes on to be a Hall of Fame player, which, I don't know, would he have still done that if he had stayed here? Maybe.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Lee Evans, Lossman, McGahee, Mike Williams, Nate Clements. I'm back to like the early 2000s. Eric Flowers, Antoine Winfield.
Was the Darius pick controversial at all? No, right? Like
it was a lot like this one, or like Maxwell Hairston, where Cam Newton goes one, and Cam Newton goes one.
Vaughn goes two.
Vaughn goes two.
Darius three.
And the most controversial thing about that year might have been that they started 0-8.
Yeah,
and they played their way into the third pick.
That's right. It was more about how did you not end up in the spot to draft Cam Newton?
That year was also Andrew Luck decided to stay in school.
Yeah.
So because of that, one quarterback went at the top instead of two quarterbacks going at the top because those two would have been in the same draft class, if I remember correctly.
And it's funny because you look back at that draft and Darius, who had one first-team All-Pro season that was surrounded by a lot of probably not living up to the hype of a third overall pick.
A drug suspension back when the NFL used to suspend for marijuana, which they kind of don't do anymore.
No. He is surrounded in that draft class by Hall of Famers. I mean, I don't think Newton is, but Newton at 1, Von Miller at 2, and then behind him, A.J. Green, Patrick Peterson, Julio Jones. Because I guess maybe it must not have been controversial because whenever you hear the stories of who got passed over. At our draft party on Thursday, we were doing like trivia stuff, and it came up that Terrell Troop was picked one pick before Rob Gronkowski. Right? Everybody remembers that. They picked Troop before Gronk. And I feel like I don't hear often it brought up, hey, they picked Darius over A.J. Green, Patrick Peterson, and Julio Jones.
We had not fired up the wide receiver train way back when for A.J. Green, not yet.
I guess not.
I would have. It hadn't been built.
Yeah.
He ended up being pretty good.
Darius?
No, Green. Well, both. They were both pretty good.
One much more than the other, for sure. But yes, yeah.
They both probably had their careers cut a little shorter than many would have expected. Like Green
went to, he wasn't very good in Arizona, was he?
No.
Yeah, no, I guess you're right. I mean, he had a huge year at 29 years old, and that was about it. So, Spiller's my number one, though, for sure. And then the next would probably be Maben.
Yep.
Maben, just even the fact that I'm there at, what year is that? Is that 2010? So I'm 15 years old, and I've got an opinion on, I know, like, which pass rusher I want them to draft. And it wasn't him.
It was Arakpo?
It was Arakpo. And I think most people it was Arakpo.
Yeah, maybe.
So when they drafted him, and everybody seemed to agree, it was, okay, this seems like a dumb pick.
Yeah.
So to get that way for a defensive end, I think it takes a lot.
Well, that's kind of what Bean has been really, doing the national tour about. The bigger message on Allen and Rosen to bring that up is to, hey, be careful about judging a pick too early, which is not really what's happening for the Bills in this draft. I don't see too many people that don't like their draft. Ryan Wilson of CBS Sports gave the Bills an A+. Mm-hmm. The number one draft he liked the most.
I forgot who it was from Fox Sports, but somebody did their draft grades and they had the Bills number one.
Yeah.
Like, filled their needs, drafted guys at value. And really, why this isn't to say that they will all turn out great. I mean, you could take this to mean that, but what is one thing that they kind of did? They drafted, with their first 4 picks, guys that people were mocking high. Like in the first and second round.
Landon Jackson.
You can go find mocks where Landon Jackson is in the first round, even going to the Bills. You will find them. There's not a ton of them, but they're out there.
There's Deion Walker, who Greg Cosell said yesterday if he goes last year, he's a first-round pick.
Yep, and I had seen mocks where he went to the Bills in round 2. I think when we talked about, when I asked Sal about him specifically the week before, because he had this back injury and with Ogunjobi suspended, like, are they going to be interested in a guy like that because they need availability? And it was within the context of this would be their round 2 pick. This guy would be one of their round 2 selections. And they end up getting him at the beginning of round 4.
Yep.
So why are they getting great draft grades? They could very well turn out to be all great players. But it's mostly, I think, because people were mocking those 4 guys a lot higher than they went. Hairston maybe about the same, but the next 3 higher than they went.
One thing about him, you might learn the term over the next however many months and years, pars fracture. He had a pars fracture. And sometimes there's an injury on your team, whether it's turf toe or he's got a Lis Frank, and it's a player that you're waiting to see come back, and you want to see if they can come back from it. We're going to have Jerry Ostrowski on tomorrow to talk about that. He had a lot of good information about playing with that kind of injury and how you rehab it, how you come back from it, all that kind of stuff. So, he's a former interior lineman who can talk to us all about what it's like to play injured and all that, and about this guy as a player. So we'll get him tomorrow after Joe Marino today. So pars fracture. That's it.
Pars fracture.
It's a back injury, and that's what Deion Walker is going to have to be dealing with. But the larger point is, there's a little bit of, whether it's funny or interesting. Last year, the Bills went out of their way to clip every single person that thought they were going to be bad, which there were not many, and say no one expected us to be good, which, of course, lots of people expected them to be good.
Mm-hmm.
And we're 3 days post-draft, and the Bills GM is out there trying to convince everyone that people think his draft is bad, and not many people do. No. There's one small question about it, and it's not even that big of a deal. So right. It's a funny kind of, I guess it's a funny way to play it. There's a phrase out there called the Streisand effect. If you want to Google this, anybody out there, are you familiar with the Streisand effect?
No.
So what happened here is a great example of the Streisand effect. And it's from a story that there was a story about to come out about Barbra Streisand, and in an attempt to get the story silenced, people found out about it. If you had not done that, people wouldn't have found out about it.
Right. So you brought attention to it by trying to kind of shoo it away?
Yeah. So it was coined by some guy. Okay. She attempted to suppress the publication of a photograph showing her clifftop residence, which was taken to document coastal erosion, drawing far greater attention to the obscure photograph. The idea is, it's kind of like don't think of a white elephant, and then you're going to think about a white elephant. Streisand tried to squash a photo, and it's like, oh, I got to see this photo she's trying to squash.
Yeah.
That's kind of Bean. Oh, everybody's talking about no wide receiver in my draft. Like, actually, not, it was a point, but it wasn't the main takeaway of the draft. That was, 4th round, 5th round, we thought you would do that sooner. He said that in the 7th round, thought I would do it sooner. And now he's out there really trying to push this idea that everyone's all over him for his draft. And I've seen an awful lot of positive about the players that they've added. So here we are, the Streisand effect. I want people to talk about my defensive line, talk about my corners, talk about all the things I did on defense. Like, well, okay, they were doing that until you said everyone was really mad about receiver, which, it was discussed, but it's not like there's a lot of people out there saying you did a bad job.
No, I've found very little criticism about any of the defensive players that they have picked.
Good value.
A little bit about Walker, but that's your round 4 pick. Like, a lot of guys that you pick in that round are going to have flaws, aren't they? So, and then it is to what it means on the overall picture. I don't think anybody is disputing that they need to be better against Kansas City in the playoffs, and that the defense was a huge reason why they didn't make it to the Super Bowl. And I also don't think anybody's really disputing that their defense was worse last year than the offense was.
For sure.
They lived off turnovers.
Yeah, we knew that. We talked about it a lot that their pass defense was the weakest it had been in the McDermott era because of the transition.
Right. So I think about what it will mean if they hit these 4 picks. If these draft grades are correct and it's an A+, and all 4 of these guys are ready to make an impact right away for the Bills, what will it mean to the defense and to the team overall? How a game could be played different in the postseason, because they did look like a defense that could be picked on last year, and that was in the secondary. That also continued to be a defensive line that just could not get pressure in the playoffs with 4. That it had to be manufactured. It had to be through blitzes. You had to be creative with it. And they have never really had the unit, I think, that they've wanted on that side of the ball. I do kind of think they drafted a lot of what they usually have, though, which is,
penetrating defensive linemen.
And big, rangy, stiff defensive ends. Right?
Yeah.
That's not to say Landon Jackson's a bad player. Just feels like he is very much like what they have drafted before. A.J. Epinesa, Greg Rousseau, not guys with bend. That's actually something I want to ask Joe Marino about. Like, how important even is that? Because some of the elite pass rushers in the league, maybe most of them, feel like they are more of those guys that can bend around a tackle.
Yeah.
This was Vaughn.
Speed rushers do that.
And the Bills have a lot of guys that feel like they're more upright and they're a little more physical, bull rushing.
Collapse the pocket.
Yeah. So I wonder if they have the potential in them, even with these additions as a defensive line, to be like a game-wrecking defensive line. With just 3 rookies added and then Joey Bosa.
8030550. Yeah, part of what made Vaughn great was that he was great at everything. He could bend, he could win with power, win with speed. Sometimes you've got your speed rushers, sometimes you got your power, and sometimes you've got both. Spin moves. I mean, Dwight Freeney was a small guy, but he could bend, he could spin. He was, and Jackson, Greg Cosell, I listened to a lot of Greg Cosell yesterday, which another guy who really liked the Bills draft. And one of the things he said about Jackson was he's a better pass rusher than Epinesa. Right out of the gate. Better pass rusher than Epinesa. So a question I had for Joe Marino we do a live YouTube show on Mondays was which Bills player had the worst weekend? And his answer was it's probably Epinesa, because there might be a guy that's immediately over top of him where Hairston goes in the mix. There's a lot of depth there. And TJ Walker, there's kind of an open spot for him. Whereas
TJ Sanders.
Right, sorry. Yeah. TJ Sanders, there's an open spot for him.
And Dan Walker, really.
And for Epinesa, you're in the rotation, and he might end up being odd man out, depending on how things go, because they could save money if they move on from Epinesa.
Yeah, post-June 1 release. Trade would be a lot better. You save $6 million if you're able to trade him, even if you get like a day 3. I mean, I would do that right now.
To save 6?
Post-June 1 release, you only save $440,000.
All right. Well, we've seen them trade defensive ends in the past, right? Was it Daryl Johnson?
Bam Johnson.
Bam Johnson. They traded Carolina.
That was right after I think they drafted Rousseau and Basham.
Yeah. 8030550 is our phone number. Good morning. We'll have some fun today. We'll get to Brandon Bean's comments on the Pat McAfee show. He invoked the New England Patriots and their build. And he's also, to my ear, gone an awful long way to answer the question I was going to ask that got him so mad with a simple, yes. The answer is yes, which is defendable. 8030550. We'll not dig into any sort of spat, but, talk Bills with you. Are you more optimistic, less optimistic, or about the same after the offseason? I know there could be a couple more pieces added. There's UDFAs they brought in. Elijah Moore is in the mix, but, you've seen pretty much 97% of the offseason. Do you feel better, worse, about the same? Give us a ring and vote in the Twitter poll. Jeremy and Joe, despite what they say on the Shouty shows. We'll play you some Shouty show clips, too. Bulldog made a very good prediction. He thought that Bean clip going viral on Monday would hit the television side of things on Tuesday, and that is what happened. It made it on First Take. It made it on NFL Live. It made it on
First Things First.
The
Rich Eisen show.
All of them.
Yeah.
8030550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. thinking back to the most controversial and the most criticized Bills drafts.
The drought, there's a few.
There are.
For sure.
There's trading up for Watkins. There's EJ and Lossman. There's...
You haven't mentioned my number one yet.
Gilmore didn't smile.
Right.
There's Spiller.
There you go.
Spiller is one. And the other one...
Spiller when you already have Marshawn Lynch and Fred Jackson on the roster in the top 10 still. To this day, it still blows my mind. I love Spiller.
Yeah.
Like one of my favorite players during the drought era. It blows my mind to this day they made that draft pick with the roster they already had.
Some might call that a fantasy football pick, right? Not filling out a full team, going
that
too much.
one might be a little bit more defendable. They could blame that on, although who was playing fantasy back then.
That's right.
Was that Buddy Nix that made that draft pick? I doubt he was.
The year before Spiller was Aaron Maben. That was a big one. Aaron Maben was Brian Arakpo.
I
was
remember
right there.
wanting
People
Arakpo.
were very mad about the Maben pick, and that one did blow up.
Wasn't that one also nobody knew who made the pick? Like, who actually made was it Duran? Was it Russ Brandon? Was it... Because I don't think they had an official general manager at that point in time, if I have that right.
Yeah, there's
a period where they don't have an official GM.
Yeah, and there's like distancing themselves from pick. They say that was Duran's pick.
Right, but then Duran... I thought I remembered him blaming it on somebody else, too, at some point. So the Maben pick is, like, weird, I think. The whole thing is just weird on that one. There's a lot of good drought ones. For sure. Spiller, to me, though, just jaw hit the floor when they picked him, where they did. And he was exciting, and they ended up trading away the Hall of Fame running back because they had picked him. Right? They trade Lynch a couple months later because they had just picked Spiller, and he goes on to be a Hall of Fame player, which, I don't know, would he have still done that if he had stayed here? Maybe.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Very quickly, I was just Sam Paniavovich, who comes on with Show Up on the Bulldog on Fridays. He was just texting me about Offensive Rookie of the Year odds.
Okay.
And we were just talking about rookies in the break. He loves Omarion Hampton at 16-1 to be the Offensive Rookie of the Year. We were just talking about Luther Burden, though. He is plus 5,000. This is not something we could bet on in New York State, by the way. But I'm looking at Twitter right now, and I got Ben Johnson talking about how the ball tends to find his slot receiver, and that was Amon-Ra St. Brown in Detroit, and now Luther Burden is there, and he ran 88% of his routes out of the slot. I mean, if I could bet Offensive Rookie of the Year, I would be looking at Burden, especially given that he's behind, he's the same odds as Jalen Milroe. A lot of good action in the playoffs last night, both on the hockey and the basketball side in the NHL. The Senators stay alive. 4-0 win over Toronto. Dylan Cousins scoring an important shorthanded goal in the third period. That was his first goal of the series. Ottawa stays alive. Series goes back to their barn for Game 6. Toronto was up 3-0 in the series. Now it's 3-2. Hurricanes erase a 3-0 deficit against New Jersey to win in double overtime. They win the series, advance to round 2. Golden Knights over the Wild in overtime. Oilers over the Kings. Those two teams are up 3-2 in the series. In the NBA last night, Milwaukee finds a way to blow a 7-point lead with under a minute to go. The Pacers win in overtime. Pistons over the Knicks, Celtics over the Magic, Nuggets over the Clippers. Celtics advance to round 2. The Nuggets and the Knicks lead those series 3-2. In the NFL yesterday, a report out of New Orleans from Nick Underhill, NewOrleans.com, says that it would be flabbergasting if Derek Carr played for the Saints this year, reporting that it'll be Tyler Shuck starting for the Saints in year 1, or it'll be some other veteran. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Look at Tom Brady. We were talking about some of these teams that won Super Bowls. Look at New England. How many great historic receivers did they have in their Super Bowl teams? But the Patriots, they were good up front. They had a good quarterback. They usually had some type of run game, whether it was Corey Dillon, whether it was Falk, White, a lot of those guys. And so there's 100 different ways you can build it, okay? And we're not against good receivers.
Bills GM Brandon Beane with Pat McAfee. He was on the McAfee Show talking about, the thing. He also said you got to make concessions when you have a quarterback making big money like Josh Allen. It's, there's a lot of ways to win it, which is something that a lot of us say.
Yeah.
A lot of ways to win it. The Bills did show last year you can have a great offense without having anybody really pop at receiver. And I don't know if they're going to try and do that again this year without anybody popping, or if somebody will. It could be Kincaid, could be Coleman, Josh Palmer could be a nice fit. People like the Palmer signing, and a lot of people like the Palmer signing. A lot of people liked the Samuel signing last year when it happened.
Yeah.
That happened before they traded Diggs.
Yes, it did.
They had Samuel, and that signing was, I think, praised. Then they trade Diggs, and then that's when the questions started about, are they going to trade for Ayuk? Are they going to draft somebody? And they, of course, draft Coleman. So,
yeah.
Timeline of everything here.
One thing that is always a lot left out of that comparison, New England. Bean making it there. Many have made it before.
Callers make that.
Yeah.
People have made that.
Yes, New England did it without an elite wide receiver. They had Randy Moss, but they didn't win with Randy Moss.
Right.
They lost to the Giants.
And that year, Brady threw 50 touchdowns.
Right. What is often left out of the point about, that Brady did it without all those elite wide receivers is he had the best tight end who ever lived.
He did.
Or one of the two best tight ends who have ever lived. And that maybe that'll be a point. Maybe I'll make the same point about the Chiefs in 20 years. If someone will say, the Chiefs did it without an elite number one receiver. And I'll say, they had one of the best two tight ends that has ever lived. And he doesn't make the comparison there because, it would be a lot, and it would be a story in itself if you compared the two. But he really, I think, sounds like he's putting a ton of eggs in the Dalton Kincaid basket.
Yeah.
That this dude is going to show up, and he's going to be it. And that's a lot. I'm not saying he has to be as good as Gronk or Kelsey, but listen, those two dynasties, sure, they didn't have the receiver. They found their way to having two of the best tight ends who have ever lived. And I just think that's such a tall ask for Kincaid. If that is what you need to have to be able to win Super Bowls like that on offense without having the top level receiver, then I just think it's not the most likely probable plan to pay off for you. Kincaid is probably going to be better than he was last year. I would bet on that, but to think right now it's likely that he's about to become a first-team All-Pro tight end in the league. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but I wouldn't be putting all my eggs in that basket.
Well, I also think, this is how viral clips tell part of the story, and whatever. Everything kind of ends up being binary. I would probably spend more on receiver than Bean has. I do not think they can't win with what they've done. And I don't know that many people do. I think there might be smarter ways to use their assets.
Right.
But, it's going to maybe get sold as people say the Bills can't do it, which maybe those people are out there. I don't. You and I talk a lot about, can the offense duplicate what it did? My answer to that is, I think they can.
Right.
I think they can score 30 points a game again. I think they can do it. I think Josh Palmer can come in and be more than Mac Hollins was. I think Keon Coleman can do more than he did last year. I think there's a lot more in there for Kincaid, and whether it's James Cook or Curtis Samuel. You could look at every player on the Bills roster from a weapon standpoint and say, will they outperform last year? And every one of them, you would have a very easy case, in part because they didn't put up huge numbers. Nobody really did. So I absolutely think they can win with what they have. I do think that they can that they can match their offensive performance. They can be a top 2 offense in the league. They were the second-ranked offense in the NFL this year. He's saying most points, in part when you include the playoffs.
Totals. Yeah,
include the playoffs. Now, that's an odd little cherry-picked stat because you didn't score as many as the Lions, and the Lions they got knocked out in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
That's that. The Lions didn't go as far as you. So,
and they had a bye, didn't they?
They did have a bye.
So they played 1 playoff game?
Yes.
And the Bills played 3?
Yes.
Okay.
The Lions, on points scored, the Lions outscored the Bills in the regular season by 41.
Okay.
So the Bills did not have the number 1 offense in football. They're number 2. And then and when you include playoffs.
Which is why you don't even really need to cherry pick it. The point about if you were number 2 in scoring, it's still great. It still is in your corner as a point.
But just to follow up on that point. So I absolutely think they can do what they just did. Can they be the number 1 offense? Maybe. Can they be number 2 or number 4? Maybe. I mean, I've said to you, if we go back to when Ken Dorsey got fired, my big pound the table thing was, if you are not top 5 in offense with Josh Allen, somebody needs to go. Somebody's got to get fired. You can't be the 9th best offense with Josh Allen. It just can't happen. He's too good. And Brady last year took them to 2. And that's great. Like that's where you live. Your basement of your offensive expectations with Josh Allen should be 5th. 1st is great. 3rd is fine. 4th is fine. 2nd is great. Your basement should be 5th. I don't want to sit here and say we scored up 200 more points than the Saints. Like, congratulate. They're not in my world. They're not anywhere near the expectations here. They don't play in the same league. So, yeah, I think they could definitely do it again. The real question comes to, will they have the answers in the biggest moments? And they might. They were really close last year. Any one of these years, they could have won the Super Bowl with a couple different plays here or there. And those plays could definitely come on the defensive side of the ball. I wouldn't dispute that for a second.
Right.
That their defense needs to perform better and can perform better. So, can they win it this year, built the way they are? Definitely. I don't know that I'll pick it or expect it because, heart, emotions, feelings. It's not like, when will I believe again? They had the ball and the lead in Kansas City this year in the second half, and it early in that game it felt like it was over, and then they were back in it. Mm-hmm. There was a Mahomes fumble. They're back. They're alive, and then it's like it comes down to maybe an inch, 2 inches as to why they didn't. So. Bean can go out there and pretend people think he can't do it again when most people probably do.
I mean, I think it's a given they're going to win the division.
Yes, I do too.
Last year, by the way, I thought they were going to win the division when they weren't even favored to. Last year, there was a little more doubt on that.
3-way.
Yeah. So, can they be? You said they could be first. I would agree with that. They could be second. They could be 3rd, 4th. Could they be 8th
in offense?
Yeah. Could they be 8th?
I don't think so. I really don't.
Because I think that's about their floor.
You think 8's their floor?
I think about 8's their floor. Which, to me, again, it speaks to how valuable and how good Josh Allen is, and you want to include the line in that and the running backs and all that. To me, though, that would be a failure.
Well,
if they failure on offense, just because of what they have at their disposal, that they should be better. They should be better than 6th, 7th, 8th in the league.
The difference between 5th and 8th last year is
it not that much?
25 points.
Then at that point, that's not that big.
That's what. What do I want to do? Do I want to say you have to be within 100 points of the top offense?
Really, right. The ranking part of it is almost kind of a side quest for this conversation. It's more about what do you do in those final 2 games, the big games you're going to play, when you're going to run into either Baltimore or Cincinnati. Maybe Baltimore, maybe I shouldn't give Cincinnati that right now. You might run into Baltimore and Kansas City again. When you run into those 2 teams, what is it going to look like in that game? How fearful are they of you coming into that game? Do I need to get Terrell Bernard punching out a ball from Mark Andrews in open field to win that football game? The Bills had a plan that defensively they needed to have because they didn't have the horses to compete with that Ravens offense. Their plan was, we're going to dare him to make mistakes, and they were right. They got a couple. And not just from Jackson, of course, they got a couple from Andrews as well. And they got through that. They won that game with that plan. But it's not the plan I would want to go in with again against that team. I wouldn't want that plan again against the Ravens. I would like my defense to be able to do better, and I also would like my offense to do a little bit more in the second half against that Ravens team.
Well, now that Ravens defense is going to add Malachi Starks to Kyle Hamilton.
Right. Like, the point about the offense, it can make things easier on your defense. You know, like if you are running away from teams and your defense now is getting to play more of a one-dimensional offense, that is, I feel like the complementary football point always goes the other way. It's always more made about how the defense can affect the offense when it does go both ways. And I tried to bring up the Ravens there because I don't always want to belabor just looking at the Chief matchups. But of course, that's the other part of this is 29 points. That's not bad against Kansas City, but even with these additions on defense with Bosa and the new defensive linemen, would you bet on them keeping Kansas City under 30 in a playoff game like that?
It's a tough bet.
It's probably a good number.
It's a tough bet. The other, of course, thing to consider is what about if it's not Kansas City? What if they get a year where they don't have to play them? You mean? Sure. What if it's Baltimore? What if it's Cincinnati? What if all of a sudden, Liam Cohen and the Jaguars are the next hot thing?
Wow, slow down on the.
I'm just saying,
no, I know what you mean.
It shouldn't always
right,
be.
Someone will join the party at some point.
I mean, Baltimore was in the party. Baltimore's in the AFC Championship game 2 years ago and lost to the Chiefs by 7.
Right.
In a game where they stopped them again and again and again and again and again and again. So, the Bills could build a defense where they stop the Chiefs again and again. Can they hold them to 17? There's a great question. Can you even picture the Bills holding the Chiefs to 17 in a playoff game? Because Baltimore did and lost.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Reminder, this is all the Chiefs' fault.
This is all the Chiefs' fault.
All of this.
Yep.
Is the Chiefs' fault.
803-0550 is our phone number if you want to chime in. 1-888-550-2550. Get a call in, get a break in, and keep tracking this thing. Good offseason for the Bills, we think. We hope. And a draft that most liked. No Elijah Moore update. We did hear from B on Monday about that. No Elijah Moore update.
Haven't seen him visit anywhere else either. So, nothing right now.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. He did, of course, talk about the receiving weapons and say you got to include Kincaid. It was a different revisiting of think of him like a wide receiver, and compared him to Kittle and Kelsey.
Yeah,
or at least said those names as weapons in those offenses. Today, Kittle gets a big contract extension. We've said this a few times. This is a massive season to decide if Dalton Kincaid gets the fifth-year option picked up. He has to be good enough to
way better than last year.
Yeah, I think
right?
so. And
way more efficient.
Yep.
More volume. Him and the quarterback got to be on the same page. There was a number about I don't have it off the top of my head, but there was something about uncatchable targets, that he led the league for tight ends and uncatchable targets. And that might sound like a quarterback stat, but whatever. It's just, to me, those two being on the same page. And then, again, figuring out what he is. Where is he this matchup nightmare?
Yeah,
is he the matchup nightmare when he's going up against linebackers? And are you even able to get him covered by linebackers? Is he a matchup nightmare for smaller nickel corners? I mean, I don't know. If he had his rookie season again, would they pick up the fifth-year option?
Maybe. That's 73 catches.
73 catches, just under 700 yards. Like, would that be enough for them to do it?
That's definitely not Travis Kelce, George Kittle caliber tight end production.
No, right.
Which gets to, we have to kind of decide, each of you out there has to decide what you're going to do. Is it the individuals or is it the sum of the parts? Is it Bean drafted Kincaid and he wasn't good enough, or his numbers aren't good enough? Or is it he's part of an offense that scored the most points in football? Because I'm inclined to think that the second one is actually the better measure. When Bean says we scored 30 per game, I think that is right. Go get that. $129. A lot of stuff available in it. Just heard from Jeff Meadis there in the commercial break about Hour at the Golf Dojo. Also, 18 at Diamond Hawk this weekend. Or no, sorry, last weekend. We played 18 at Diamond Hawk. We saw a memorable shot. Now, with the WGR VIP golf card, I don't know if included in your 18 holes at Diamond Hawk will producer Josh go to the second tee and deliver the way that he did for us. Would you like to tell the tale
Or
Do
would
I,
you like
do I
us
have
to?
to?
In your defense, I'll say this. Listen, you out there that play golf, you all know this. You've got some friends, maybe it's you, maybe it's all of us do this at some point, where you hit one shot and it's bad, and you hit one shot and it's good, and you're the same guy, same person.
Yep.
Josh, multiple times, absolutely assaulted a golf ball, plastered it, hardest swing I've ever seen.
High in the air.
Smash drives.
Crazy, yeah.
And then also, same guy.
Yeah, hole 2. We were getting into it.
Just warming up.
Loose.
We're getting loose.
And step up to the tee box, take a drive, and it goes like an inch, and it goes straight into the ground about 6 more inches.
Yeah.
As if he was trying to drive the ball through the center of the earth.
I will say, the next drive I hit like 270.
That's right. That's right. But it was one of those moments where we hear thwack, and someone's like, "I lost it. I never got it. Where'd it go?" And it's directly in the ground,
in front of the tee.
2 inches off the tee.
There's a hole in front of the tee.
2
It
inches
couldn't
off
have
the
been
tee.
closer to the tee.
It was amazing. Right,
It really is one of the most amazing shots I've ever seen.
It is a trick shot. It's the kind of shot that I'd want to see a PGA Tour pro. Like, can you do that on command?
Right.
Let me see if you can do that. Drive this ball
How far
into the ground.
Right, new challenge. How far into the ground can you drive this golf ball?
Shortest drive.
Shortest drive challenge?
I think
while taking a full
won.
swing.
Yes, full swing, shortest drive.
Right.
That seems like it should be a goal on a golf course.
Yes.
You see these little markers right next to the tee box, like 1 yard, half yard,
Yeah.
1 foot.
What would an official ruling be on that? We just hit another one off the tee. Like, what would an official ruling be in that spot? Because if it's in the ground, you can't hit it.
It would be unplayable and free relief, and hit it from there.
Yeah.
Winter rules, because winter rules you get lift, clean, and place.
Yeah.
In this case, it would be like dig it out,
Right. I'm
clean,
saying, like,
and place.
if somebody did that in a tournament, like, they would be able to.
Yes.
They would be able to dig it out, and they obviously wouldn't be able to tee it back up.
Great question. I do think that is free relief.
Okay.
This has made me want to add a hand trowel to my golf bag just to make sure.
Dig it out.
Just to make sure.
Yep. Well, you can get the WGR VIP golf card, which benefits PGA Hope. 8 amazing golf experiences. There's courses, retail stores, ranges, simulators, all available at a discount through the VIP card. Go to getmyperks.com to snag that. Brian and Arcade, we're going to get to your call right on the other side, along with Sal. I want to hear from you you got Sean McDermott on the mind, so let's talk about it. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Two things on Shedeur Sanders' slide and some news out there. Boomer Esiason has something on this. I didn't realize this one part of the point about Sanders, which makes total sense. I didn't realize he didn't hire an agent.
Yeah.
He didn't hire an agent. And what is an agent going to do? Talk to all the teams and get their honest assessments and tell him you're not going second overall.
Right.
It's not happening.
So don't build a draft room.
Yeah.
With all the hats and, because they did that.
Don't act like you're just going to get drafted in the first round because of who you are. These teams don't think you're that good.
Yeah.
That's what an agent would have done. Boomer Esiason said on WFAN, after talking to 3 different personnel people in the NFL this weekend, they didn't even have him on their board. They took him off, and they took him off because owners said, take him off. I don't want that guy. I don't want this entitled person on our team, and I don't blame them. That's what Esiason said about this, and basically said that when he went in, Esiason further, when you listen to him talk right prior to the combine about how if you want a new culture in your locker room, I'm the guy to do that. I can turn it around. He's very high in himself. I think that's very off-putting to many, many coaches and GMs in the league.
Yeah.
So that explains the slide. The idea of like, draft me, I'll change your culture, didn't sit well with GMs and coaches who take something like that very seriously.
Yeah.
So he slid down the board.
Well, especially when, and there were, you've seen a lot of what's happening right now. Teams are leaking things to kind of explain that, hey, this isn't, I saw someone call it Kaepernick level collusion in the NFL. Like, I don't think it graduates to that at all. But like, you're seeing teams explain it by like, okay, well, he tanked the interview. What do you expect us to do? Because there was a little bit out there that he purposely didn't do well in interviews with teams that he didn't want to go to. And there was another report about how he just missed things. Like, we had put in purposeful mistakes on like installs to see how he would do with them, and he just didn't notice them. So there were other reasons for it. A lot of crazy action in playoffs last night, both on the hockey and the basketball side. We'll start with the NHL. The Maple Leafs still can't close out the Senators. They were up 3-0 in the series. Now it's 3-2. Ottawa wins 4-0. Dylan Cousins scored a big goal in the third period, his first of the series, shorthanded in the third. Ottawa wins. Game 6 will be back in their barn. The Hurricanes erased a 3-0 deficit, beating the Devils in double overtime to win the series. They move on to round 2. Vegas wins in overtime over Minnesota to go up 3-2, and the Oilers also go up 3-2 with a 3-1 win over the LA Kings. In the NBA, the Milwaukee Bucks found a way to blow a 7-point lead late in the final minute to the Pacers. So Indiana advances to the next round. The Bucks season is over. The Knicks fall to the Pistons. That series, New York still leads 3-2. Celtics over the Magic. Nuggets over the Clippers. Boston advances to the next round with their win. In the NFL, Nick Underhill in New Orleans reporting last night that it would be stunning if Derek Carr played at all this season, and the Saints are fully planning on either Tyler Shuck, their second-round rookie, or another veteran starting week 1. It will not be Derek Carr. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Happy Wednesday. Sal Capaccio joining us here on the Western Hotline as we continue to react to the Bills draft and dig through the picks, storylines, and all the other spicy stuff that came with it. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Wednesday. Good morning, Sal.
Good morning, guys. How are you today?
Not too bad. Not too bad. We made a lot of the shouty shows. We're considering renaming the show to Jerry and Joe because that's what they called it a bunch of times.
I heard that. That was pretty funny when you. All three of us were texting yesterday when you wrote that, Joe. I felt really bad, but I was laughing too. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it.
What's more amazing, that the mistake was made, or that it was made 12 more times and nobody ever corrected? Nobody, no producer in their ear went that that wasn't the name of the show, unless they were the ones that made the mistake. Maybe that's actually what happened.
Who knows?
Well, I think what happened was Nick Wright said it first, so everybody kind of just assumed that was the name of it, right? I mean, I would guess, and they just kept going off it. I think that's it. And how about Nick Wright, our guy, right? Jeremy, our Syracuse guy, right? And, he put some respect on the Syracuse guys here. Jeremy, right? You should have done that.
Well, the funny thing is, someone texted me, "Hey, Nick Wright stuck up for you." I'm like, "That's not what I need from Bills."
He stuck up for Jerry.
Yeah, for Bills fans, like, Nick Wright stuck up for me.
That is not. It's not the ally
Nick,
you might
not
be
right now, man.
Right now.
Not right now, please. No, but it's fine. Anyway.
It's funny when you use the word "stick up." I'm glad you did, because I was actually thinking a lot. We've all been thinking a lot about this the last couple of days, right? I just think in so many different ways, And there's the discussion of actually what happened and making that the story.
Yep.
And then there's discussion of the discussion, which I think is where we want to be, and I know I want to be, and you guys do. But I will tell you that I'm just reflecting on everything that happened, and I think one of the key points that I've arrived at is, and I understand why any GM, any coach, any organizational person would do this, like we all would. I think Brandon Beane's sticking up for his guys too, for right or wrong. I mean, you may say, well, he doesn't put the resources in, or they don't have the talent. If you want to believe that, that's fine and have that opinion, and that's how this started. But I think part of what came out on Monday with you was, I think he's sticking up for his guys, which is, he's not going to tell you, I don't value putting the resources in. He's not going to tell you, we don't spend the same kind of capital or resources as other teams, because that's kind of a way of saying that our guys aren't as good as the other guys. Right. And no way he's going to come on the radio and say that, right? So I think a lot of it was also just kind of sticking up for the guys that he has and giving them and letting everybody know that, like, we believe in these guys.
Yeah, that's probably right. Like, if the answer to that could be perceived as like, wow, Beane says his own guys are low investment guys, and that's
100%.
That's I think, Sal, that's a great takeaway. The other thing about it that I think, looking back on it, he has since basically laid out the case for yes, they do, without saying that. And part of this conversation that you know how this works, it gets so this side or that side. I might not agree with it, but I will tell you that if they think that they can low play it there to bolster other places, that can definitely be a way to win. That can definitely work if they're going to build themselves an elite defense and an offense carried by Josh Allen. They did just have that offense. And, I think one of the big questions going into this year will be, can they have a repeat performance from the offense, to which I'm inclined to think, yes, they can. I mean, Josh Allen's still the quarterback. The line is still going to be elite. A lot of the pieces are returning. It's a couple changes at receiver, and I think Josh Palmer can give them more than maybe Mac Hollins did, and maybe more than Amari Cooper did. So I don't think it's insane to think they could do it again. It kind of gets painted, and the Bills sometimes like to do this, like lots of teams do. No one believes in us, and people were saying this or that when the pressure is going to be right back on them to kind of be one of the top offenses in the league.
Yeah, and if you think about the teams that do, I guess what you would say is invest more and have more talent, if you want to look at it that way, it doesn't always go great. The Bengals are the first team to come to mind, right? And I think that, to Brandon Bean's point here, which I would agree with this, which is, like, if you really want to help Josh Allen, first of all, keep him healthy and keep him clean. Guy has the longest starting streak, knock on wood, of any NFL quarterback right now. And he's healthy and he's clean, and he was sacked the least amount of times in the league last year. You want to protect him? You want to, help him? That's one way that people don't talk about because it's not sexy, put up numbers, but that's number one, the way you do it. You keep him healthy, you keep him upright, you keep him clean, you let him be him. And the Bills have done a great job of that. I mean, you guys know I've hammered the point home many, many times this offseason. They have not only a really good offensive line, but every single one of them is returning, which is amazing. And I think that that's really where they've kind of made a huge, not just investment, but development, because really they haven't had huge investment. Osiris Torrance has been one. They haven't gone out and signed these monster free agent contracts in the O-line. They've extended their own guys, Dion and Spencer Brown, but they haven't done that. What they've done is developed a really good offensive line with a really good offensive line coach. Number two, you want to help Josh Allen? Okay, give him a guy that, people have to really respect in the run game. We have, 16 rushing touchdowns from James Cook, and no, he's not putting up Saquon Barkley numbers, but he's really good. So I think from that standpoint, then I look at the Bengals. What have the Bengals not done? They have not protected Joe Burrow, and he's been hurt, and they didn't make the playoffs last year. And again, I think this is, again, I'm telling you from how the Bills look at it and look around the league, if you want to do it that way, I understand that, which is, hey, do you want that? Do you want us to say, like, okay, well, I don't know if our quarterback's going to be healthy for 17 games, and he has these amazing receivers to throw to, and you're going to get in a shootout once in a while. There's no doubt about that with us. But at the same time, like they had to fire Lou Anarumo because they did not have a good enough defense last year either.
Yeah, it's the Bengals I've seen cited a lot, Sal, for that point. And it almost feels like depending on, if you are on the extreme ends of either side of, whether you think they should do more receiver, whether you think they should just punt on it the way, or not even punt on it, just keep it the way it is right now. Mm-hmm. You've seen the Bengals cited, and then I also see the Eagles cited too, because there is the Bengals model, which is it's all about financial stuff, right? When it breaks down to this, because those are two teams that have both invested in it, and you could be the Bengals. You could be a team that has holes all over the place if you go that way. And then the Eagles are just sitting over here, and I don't know whether to use them as like a copycat blueprint. Joe. You know what I mean?
Me too.
When Bean says the other day that you can't have Pro Bowlers at every position, 99% of the time he is right. But I do have this one other team that does have that. But you know what I mean? Like, would you even use them as a blueprint because they kind of do things with contracts that nobody else in the league does?
And they're kind of a unicorn, right? I mean, it's great. You'd love that. And they've done a great job of it. There's no doubt. But they are kind of a unicorn like that, where they've built this really great roster. And we were going on through the media room the other day about this, actually, same point, Joe, which is you look at their drafts have been good. They've also kind of really gotten a little bit of luck. Like Jalen Carter falls because of the off-field stuff, and they wind up getting him where they get him, right? And they get Davis, I think, later in the round, right? It's just they've done a nice job. They've had some talent fall to them, and they've brought those guys in. But I think of other teams like the Miami Dolphins and what they've done at wide receiver. They trade for Tyreek Hill, and they draft Jalen Waddle very early. They can't keep Tua healthy. And granted, he has his own issues, but they just don't. They aren't a really great. They're an average football team is really what they are. The year now that the Chiefs have definitely invested some because recently they've done that. But the year after they traded Tyreek Hill, they kind of really didn't do that at all, and they won the Super Bowl. So I do think that like there is there is something to be said for the approach of, hey, like, as long as we're really good here and protecting our quarterback, who's great, and we're trying to invest over here, which is maybe on the defensive line or whatever, and this is what they're trying to do this year. I think that you don't have to have the other thing that, we're talking about here. And like I said, I just think there's so many different ways you can definitely look at this and break it down. And, the Bills this year, you guys say, Jeremy say, can it sustain? One thing Joe brought up, I think, with Schopen Bulldog when he was doing Joe, you were doing the AFC reverse power rankings. I heard this, but I also know you guys have talked about this. One area where I don't know if it's sustainable as well is how many turnovers the Bills got last year. And that helped everybody, right? That helped the defense kind of bail them out, and it also helped the offense score points last year. So I think the Bills also look and go, wait a minute, how sustainable is it that we got so many turnovers? We're going to have to be better where we can't rely on that. Steve Tasker says this all the time, and he's right. That is great. It's not a plan. You can't go into a game planning and go, we're going to get 3 turnovers today. Yeah, you hope to do that, but you can't have that as your plan of winning a game. And you got to be able to stop teams better than that next year.
803-0550. We'll get some calls in with Sal as well. Yeah, the turnover point is good. I mean, one of the things I like to say all the time is I don't need the Bills to turn the ball over. Forced punts, that'll work too. Forced punts.
Yep.
And that'll get the ball back for Josh Allen. Brian in Arcade is up with Sal. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Hey, guys. So Bean's comments and then, like, the totality of the offseason and kind of, like, the outlook. I mean, I think if you had to bulletize what the GM has been about in both your interview and, like, the end of the season press conference, it's that the Bills are banging on the door. They don't have to make major changes, and they're not just losing to anybody. They're losing to the historic Kansas City Chiefs, which rolls to the free agency and the draft. Nothing really changes. We invest in the defense. Most of the money goes to the defensive side. We hold pat in general on wide receiver outside of Josh Palmer, which really leaves me thinking like, okay, then I've got to trust McDermott's defense with these new and better players. And the reason why I say that is, Elijah Moore's in yesterday, but the Bills are down to $4 million of cap space, and we've kind of seen his defense with better players in it, or at least players in his prime. I'm talking about prime Trey White, prime Hyde and Poyer. You had Tremaine Edmonds in the middle. You had a younger Ed Oliver and so forth. You've had that defense. And so now I'm just supposed to believe the Deion Walker and the top 4 picks, and they come in, and that defense is going to be better than it was last year to hold up. But the problem for me is, like, you've seen the waves now. Like, Trey White has been hurt here, and now he's back again. Dane Jackson's now back here again. Jordan Phillips had to be brought back in. Quentin Jefferson, Micah Hyde is a player coach last year. And so, for me, I think time frame starts to become a problem because we've kind of seen waves of this kind of approach. Can it be good? Yes. But this is also going to be the 4th season after 13 seconds. So when the GM's kind of, proud of his resume, sure, you can be proud of it, but you are now in a situation where you have utilized all of Allen's 20s. And with the same coach, same approach, same kind of lean approach on wide receiver, in my opinion. So now I just have to have faith that McDermott's defense is going to be dominant, more dominant in the playoffs, because I think he'll be fine in the regular season. I don't dispute that. I think we'll be a nice competitive defense, 17 to 21 points a game. It's just really that long run, and you're kind of getting into a window now. I would say this is my final point, where you're hoping to win one. I certainly don't know that you're going to go into dynasty mode with a 30-some-year-old Josh Allen in this coach, because we've seen it. That's my point. We've seen this defense, this team, this approach over 8 years now. This is his 8th year. McDermott's been here 9. At what point is the end of these players, TJ Sanders, Landon Jackson, do they make you explosive? No, I think they're solid players. But, players have come and gone, and now you're bringing them back again, and now you don't have money to sign a receiver. So if the approach isn't going to change, then I think you're kind of topped out. I think you've been topped out for a while.
Well, Brian, I'll kind of answer this a little bit. Every single year, aren't Bills fans just betting on Josh Allen? I mean, I am. I'm betting on Josh Allen to be in one of these years, whether it's the supporting cast or it's, we can talk about it, how you're not one player away. Sometimes you're one play away. Sometimes you're a yard away from where you want to be. I don't know what they would have done against the Eagles in the Super Bowl. They have matched up better than the Chiefs, quite possibly. But, I guess it comes down to whether or not you're someone that buys stuff like this group can't win the big one versus they haven't, and they probably could have and or should have. I don't know. You paint a pretty dark picture that I don't think many Bills fans really agree with.
Well, and on the defense, and to throw this to Sal on this, if they, their bet is on making the defensive personnel better, and the assumption that it won't look better in the playoffs, I mean, that is a lot to assume because, Sal, I don't even think anybody has a confusion about what they're doing. These last two losses to the Chiefs in the playoffs, where everyone's felt like the Chiefs' offense was gettable, I don't even think the Bills would tell you they were perfectly happy with their personnel. Different reasons, right? You had all your linebacker injuries 2 years ago, and then this past year, Benford goes out, and you probably didn't think you were as talented on that side of the ball as you could have been. So their bet is that they're going to be more talented on that side of the ball and that they'll be able to hold a team like that down more.
Correct. So I think there's a lot in there in that phone call. And to be quite honest with you, I'm not sure what the overall point was, to be honest with you. I was kind of confused on everything he was saying other than I think he was just saying I don't trust Sean McDermott's defense.
That's what I think.
That's really what the point was.
It's that no matter what they do, they're not going to stop Kansas City or whoever in the playoffs.
A long way to say that. First of all, let me correct something. Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane have both been here the same number of years. This is their 8th year, right? Because they were hired in 2017. Brandon Beane came in after the draft, but their first year together was 2017. Okay, that's number one, just to correct that. Number two, bringing players back in these waves. I mean, well, yeah, so the approach actually is different this year because the point is, Brian, that what Joe just said is absolutely right. What they've tried to do this offseason to put themselves in a position where that doesn't have to happen again, right? When you guys agree, like, you don't have to go out and say, oh, my God, we got to bring in Jordan Phillips. You don't have to say, oh, my God. Now, you might have brought back Trey White and Dane Jackson because you could give a different name for those guys. They were they wanted to sign a couple of veteran corners to not be in a position they were in the AFC Championship game last year, which was relying on Kyrie Elam to have to come into the game in a critical situation and play most of the game. So I think that approach has been different. As far as the window, of course, we all know that, right? That you're hoping to win one. You're always hoping to win one. I mean, what? Dynasty talk? Sure. I mean, everybody would love that. Every team wants to win one. Even when Josh Allen came in the league, you're like, let's just get a Super Bowl. That'd be great. And then after that, let's see where it goes. But no doubt they've operated this year as the next 5 years are where you're trying to win. I mean, look at what they've done. They've signed all these guys to 4-year extensions. They signed Josh to a 6-year extension. And really, it all matches up. They got 5 years left with Josh Allen in his prime, basically, to try and win one. And that's what the goal definitely is. We are 4 years from 13 seconds. I'll remind Brian that they did advance farther last year than they did during 13 seconds, right? I mean, so you're right there still. And it's still a very good team with a very good chance to win an AFC Championship game and go to the Super Bowl. And I'll say exactly what Bulldog said yesterday because I agree. I just never agree with the sentiment of you can't win with Sean McDermott or you can't win with Brandon Beane. There's no rule that says that. It hasn't happened yet. I'll give you that. I understand that. And there are reasons for that. There's certainly, legitimate things to talk about. But you're still right there and having an opportunity to do that. But the reason they did all the things they did on the defense this season is exactly, Brian, to me, to not have the approach that you just talked about, which has held them back sometimes.
Sal, as you've talked this week with people around the country, and whether that's radio people, newspaper, people that covers these teams and these draft picks, what have you learned a little bit more about their class and about what they're bringing in? This mostly defensive-heavy draft.
I would say that people have the same question. Oh, well, are they asking Josh Allen to do too much, right? Because that's been something of a thought over the last several years anyway. And it's an interesting argument that kind of gets even more heightened because of what happened Monday, right? That's been kind of like since the last 48 hours because of that, because of what happened on Monday, I think people are still asking that question. That said, I think most people I've talked to, most people I've read, they're really happy with what the Bills did on defense, or think at least they got good players that could really help the defense and say, okay. And look, I think nationally, now I know right here locally it doesn't work out like this as much because of the results of some of the ends of the season. Nationally, and other reporters and people I talk to around the league have an amazing amount of respect for Sean McDermott as a defensive coach. Like, it's so funny. You step out of Buffalo, you go around and you talk to, people around the country, you're going to get a much different feel than you do even locally about Sean McDermott, because what happens is here in Buffalo, they've not had these as good of defensive performances. They've lost in the playoffs. But people in other markets and national people are like, oh, yeah, well, Sean McDermott's going to coach these guys up. He's a really good defensive mind. He needed some guys. They aged out a little bit. They needed to get back to having some more guys there for him. And I think that's been a pretty big takeaway. The questions have been, are they asking Josh Allen to do too much still? That's number one. But he did win the league MVP, so you're like, that gets to that. It's just a question that gets asked because it always has been. And then number two is, oh, my God, they really got some nice players on defense, and Sean McDermott's going to coach these guys, and they're going to be better there.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Wester Hotline as we chat about the Bills draft and, it's kind of the season as we don't finish out the offseason, but maybe Elijah Moore comes in. Sal, would you expect Elijah Moore to happen?
I was just going to ask you, Sal, because we haven't talked to you since Monday. And also, do you know about this weird free agent tender that he has?
I do.
I think he's free to sign with every team, right?
I don't think we've ever talked about this tender because now it's been used twice. There's another player that it got used on as well in this offseason.
But it had been years.
Wasn't I on with you guys yesterday? I was on with you guys yesterday.
No,
Joe,
I don't think so.
No, you weren't. Just Monday.
I wasn't on yesterday morning with you guys?
No, you weren't.
It all blends together.
Okay, all right. Oh, it does. You're right. You know what? I came in and saw you. That's what it was. I saw you yesterday.
You talked to us. Maybe an extendo.
This
okay, good. I'm glad.
Free agent tender tag that hadn't been used in 2022, we've seen used twice this offseason.
Okay, let me explain. I'm glad you asked me this because I do think it's important to tell people. Because, Joe, I think this answers your question, and Jeremy, about do I think the Bills will do it? I think it's harder. It's harder now because here's why. So the way this works is, and it's a very rare kind of rule, that it's a rule that's kind of rarely used, but it happens here as we know. So there's this thing called an unrestricted free agent tender. The Browns have put that on Elijah Moore. What this means now is if Elijah Moore does not sign with another team by July 22nd, that's the key date, July 22nd. If he doesn't sign with another team by then, he can only play for the Cleveland Browns. And he will play for $3.4 million. They've guaranteed that. It's no different than a RFA tender when you guarantee that salary, but hey, now you go out to free negotiate, right? You could do that. Happens in hockey, happens in football. If no one signs him by July 22nd, he goes back to the Cleveland Browns. He plays for $3.4 million. In the meantime, he is allowed to negotiate contracts with anybody. It is a two-way street. There is no minimum that another team has to offer him. But you would think, wouldn't you think, you'd probably have to at least come very close to that, if not right. Because if you're Elijah Moore and somebody offers you $2 million, why would you take that over $3.4 million, right? So you're probably going to have to offer that. And if it could be close. Maybe it's close and he goes, hey, I'd rather go to this other organization. That's fine. That could happen. Now, if that happens, the reason they put this tender on him is if that were to happen by the tender deadline, May 1st, I believe that is. What is that, tomorrow, right? May 1st?
Yeah.
If he were to sign before then, he still falls under the compensatory pick formula for the Browns as a player that left to weigh in for next year and for the team that added him for the player for an ad for next year, if that makes sense, right? Okay. If it's after May 1st, he does not count against that formula.
Okay.
But he's still in that situation where by July 22nd, he can still negotiate, but he reverts back to them essentially for $3.4 million if he doesn't sign with anyone.
One follow-up to this. When that number, 3.4, is that salary guaranteed? Can it be worked where he signs for 2 with incentives to go up to 6? Like, how do they lock in that 3.4?
So it's like an RFA tender. An RFA, it's guaranteed 3.4.
Okay.
But he still, once July 22nd comes, at any point really, he can negotiate with the Browns a different contract, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. So he can still sign for $6 million with the Browns. He can sign for $6 million with the Bills or anybody else. That's just the minimum that he's guaranteed to play on this year with the Cleveland Browns. The Browns can't say, all right, well, we're getting you back after July 22nd, and guess what? We're giving you $2 million. So they can't do that.
So the most likely scenario, let's say the Bills do want to add him. That happens after May 1st, and it's going to be at least $3.4 million.
Well, You think? Because the first thing I thought of as Sal is describing there how the rule goes is I wonder if he's visiting here because he's deciding whether he wants to take less to come here. And he wants to know more about the building and he wants to, you know what I mean? Like, hey, if I go to the Bills, I might only be getting 2, but is that worth it because I'll be playing with Allen opportunities versus playing for 3 with Cleveland?
But I think he said it's like a tender. It's 3.4 no matter what.
Yeah, but Sal, didn't you say
But let's remember, Joe, the timeline. He came to Buffalo before they put the tender on him.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Oh, so
Does
he
that
didn't
make
know
sense?
that.
What I'm
He
saying?
didn't know that.
Right. He
see.
came to
Okay.
Buffalo,
Thank
and
you.
then the Browns go, oh, by the way, hey, he's going to start
Okay.
making visits. Let's put that tender on him.
Okay.
Right.
You're right.
As far as I know, I don't think he was aware because it wasn't public, at least,
Sure.
that was going to happen. Now, there is one other little piece of this that I think is very important. Remember, guys, only the top 51 salary cap hits count in the offseason. Okay. If Elijah Moore were to sign with the Bills, let's say 3.5, they're like, hey, we want to make sure we get you, so we're going to give you that money. So let's just round it up. Right now, the 51st salary on the Bills is $1 million. If they were to sign him for 3.5, that million drops below 51. It really, for now, would only count 2.5 on the salary cap.
Which they do have room for, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, the other thing about that, Sal, just again, like the contracts, we did this with Trey White, like how much is guaranteed, how much is incentive.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be 3.5 or 3.4 guaranteed for him and like 2.4 on the cap. That's the kind of salary that, to me, like you're on the team. So the conversation
Right.
becomes, and this kind of gets to Bean's point, we didn't see anybody in the draft that was going to get into our top 4. Elijah Moore might have a shot in the top 4, or at least would be a comfortable number 5. So do they want to make that commitment now? The thing about not drafting a receiver and the UDFAs is there's not really much of a roadblock for him if he were to be signed. So I guess final question, we're late here, but like, what do you think is the most likely scenario? How do you think this ultimately does play out?
Most likely to me is because of that number, maybe it might be tough for the Bills to do that. I think one thing that I would not close the door to is that he would sign for the Bills for less guaranteed, but more in incentives. Hey, bet on yourself. You want to come here. We can't give you that guarantee, but guess what? You make this team, you bet on yourself, you're going to make a lot more than that, right? That's a Trey White deal. That's a Trey White deal right there, what you just brought up.
Okay.
So more likely scenario for me is we wait until after May 1st. And it seems like it's probably more earmarked to go back to the Browns. But then again, I think the Browns did it just because they might just want to reassure themselves on the comp pick formula.
Right.
And maybe they just don't want him anyway.
And
Right, they did just sign Deontay Johnson yesterday.
Right.
So-
That's right.
That's exactly right.
That's
Yeah.
right. And for Moore, his numbers last year, 61 catches, 538 yards, 1 touchdown. So if you want to put incentives that are not likely to be earned, that would keep that
Right.
cap number low. Like you could say 2 touchdowns is $2 million. And that would be
exactly
like,
right.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Now you got it. Yeah.
All it has to be is a bigger number than you put up last year, and you're going to hit those incentives. So that's 61 catches, 538. I'm not sure exactly all the numbers. Games started, snaps, all that. All right, thanks, Sal. We got in the weeds there, but it's good to know because, there's obviously interest in Elijah Moore. They talked to him before the draft, said put a pin in it. Let's wait till after the draft because the Bills would, of course, be looking at receiver options. And here we are where Moore is still in the mix. Okay, thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys. Yep. You got it, guys. Thanks.
Sal Capaccio, he's on the way coming up, Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Jeremy and Joe, we're late. We'll get to a break. When we get back, I want to find out if you agree that you can find 10 wins for the Patriots this year. Elijah Moore, which is an idea that I think we both like.
I do a lot.
Former
Yeah.
second
Jeremy
round
White
pick.
here
Let me
for
read you what Matt
FanDuel
Harmon wrote
Sportsbook,
about
official partner
Elijah
of
Moore.
WGR.
This is a couple of years ago, but gives you an idea of the skill set. First off, he's a little bit like Curtis Samuel in that Matt Harmon has of receptionperception.com. His long one saying, I like this player a lot. He just needs a good opportunity. Mm-hmm. And for Moore, second round pick of the Jets, on to the Browns after that. And when he went to the Browns, Deshaun Watson's going to be the quarterback. And he says, they needed more juice in this group, and Moore is the guy to deliver. He can operate as the team's vertical slot in 11 or line up as the flanker in 2 receiver sets. While Cooper takes reps at the X, Moore has ample opportunity to shine and command targets. Success rate against man coverage is good. Intermediate area of the field, good. That's where the Bills like to throw the ball, right?
Yep.
He he talked about how he's a good fit for Deshaun Watson, who thrived pushing the ball downfield in his Houston days. His ability to work underneath as a separator could provide Cleveland with an explosive layup target that they don't have. Browns offense positioned to be top flight passing unit if their quarterback can rebound. But anyway, the Moore profile sounds like a good idea, and we'll see if that lands. I think he would slot in immediately with who does he battle? I mean, he battles Tyrell Shavers. He battles
He's battling for the 5th spot on the depth chart, but he's also battling for. Again, this is kind of part of, the genesis of yesterday, I guess, is a desire to see them add a type of receiver like that. That's been my thing all offseason is I need a type. I need a guy that can play on the outside. And for him, his ability to move into the slot and outside, that's valuable. But it's the speed, 96th percentile for his 40-yard dash at the combine.
All right. That's how many years ago? It's 6, 7 years ago? But still.
It's 4.
Okay.
Stanley Cup playoff action last night featured the Maple Leafs failing to get through to the second round yet again. They were up 3-0 in the series. It's now 3-2 after Ottawa wins 4-0 in Toronto. So Game 6 will be back at the Senators Arena in Ottawa. The Hurricanes erased a 3-0 deficit against New Jersey to come back, win in double overtime, and take the series. Vegas wins in overtime against Minnesota. Oilers over the Kings. Vander Kane scoring I believe is the game-winning goal for Ottawa, or for Edmonton in that one. In the NBA playoffs, the Celtics move on with a win over the Magic. The Knicks lose to the Pistons, so Game 6 will be back in Detroit, with the Knicks leading 3-2. The Pacers came back from down 7 in the final minute to beat the Milwaukee Bucks by 1 in overtime. Indiana wins that series. The Nuggets win over the Clippers to go up 3-2 in that one. To football. One note from this morning and last night, more so on Derek Carr. Nick Underhill, big Saints reporter, reports that it would be stunning if Carr plays for the Saints at all this year, and the team is planning on Tyler Shuck or another veteran starting week 1 for them. It will not be Carr. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, tune into a special edition of Sports Talk Saturday. Brian Koziel, Saturday from 2 to 5, live at Batavia Downs. We count down to the 151st Kentucky Derby. Batavia Downs hosting several exciting events, including the Derby Gala, the Park Place Derby Lunch Special, and a Derby Party at 34 Rush. Watch the thrilling Run for the Roses, enjoy delicious food, drink specials, and don't miss your chance to win Derby shirts and glasses in their exclusive drawings. Join the fun, Batavia Downs, this Saturday. Derby Day, Saturday, one of my favorite days of the year. Derby parties are amazing. It is Wednesday. You out there still have time to go.
Every year. Every year you make me want to go.
Usually I tell you.
Something always comes up.
Usually I tell you on Friday. It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
I'm giving you advance notice. Go. You can still go.
Mm-hmm.
You just show up and buy a ticket. That's it.
I don't think didn't we look last year, though, it might not be as easy as that anymore?
No?
That it was a little harder. The infield isn't, as readily available because everybody now does this.
Maybe. Well, one thing...
But you could still do it,
One thing that I saw from yesterday, we'll get to a call here, and then I got 10 wins for the Patriots. Let's see if you can find 10 wins. How much is a mint julep?
How much?
How much is a mint julep?
Like at Churchill Downs?
Yes, because...
it's probably $30.
$22.
Yeah.
$22 for a mint julep.
Yeah.
Which is probably...
Buy a drink at any sporting event.
It's probably for the best, because otherwise,
Yeah, if they were $4.
Those things are gasoline on a fire. So it's probably for the best. Those are $22. Beer, $13.
I like
one ticket right now is $118, by the way.
For the infield?
That's just the cheapest ticket I'm seeing.
Yeah, well, that's not the infield.
That's what I mean. Like, I don't know if that's showing you the infield or not. Because the infield... Although the infield might be $100 to get into now. I don't know if I'd be surprised.
No, this is the infield.
The infield. There you go.
General admission infield.
Standing room only. It's up to what?
118 is what he said.
Yep. You're at the website Derby, clicking Derby GA.
Well, this is a ticket site. I don't know.
Don't click on.
What does the Derby have?
General admission 100. The ticket options. These look like resale because.
Maybe they're probably sold out.
No,
I told you, people are doing it.
Infield,
they took your advice.
Infield GA at the. No, that's again.
See, you should have been keeping this a secret the whole way. It's like, I've got a way to get to the stadium that is super efficient and fast. I will never say it on the air. Right. Because the moment I do, everybody's going to start going that way, and that's what you've done with the Derby. You've talked about it every year. Enough people now have taken your advice, and now I got to spend $300 to go to the infield.
Back in the day when Grandpa here went to the Derby, it was $40. Show up that day and spend $40 and walk in. It was great. Dennis in Lockport. Hey, Dennis. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, guys, I was listening to that one conversation you guys had with that one gentleman who was a little dark there on the defense. There are some parts I have to agree with him on where I'd say You know what? I think our biggest problem is we gave up some of the dumb plays, and they just were not disciplined. And there was parts of it last year, probably not as much, but the last couple years prior to that, where our defense was just so banged up and we was just plug and play, trying to keep guys on the field. Now, on the other side of it is, I think a lot of people forget when they look at Kansas City and some of these other divisions, Kansas City really hasn't had a very strong challenge in their own division, so they could walk right into their end of the season playoffs, not so banged up and not, really being challenged, where I think now you got Denver, you got San Diego, or LA, I should call them, and Vegas might even start popping up, giving them a harder time. Cincinnati, that group is a lot more tighter. I think the South, AFC South, God knows what could happen with that, because there's not really a lot going on down there.
You're laying out, Dennis, a potential spot for the Bills to try and chase a 1 seed, because they might be able to have the best in-division record, and if they could get it done elsewhere, it might be a year for the 1 seed.
Right, right.
Right, because then at that point, you think about what could have been different last year if you have the 1 seed. I mean, if the Chiefs have to play Baltimore, you might never play the Chiefs. Now, Baltimore maybe in a different setting and environment maybe finds a way to win, but you did beat them, and you might never have seen them. I though, Denver existing makes this a little bit different. I just feel like I've been hurt so many times by waiting
in the rest?
For the Chargers specifically.
Yeah, right.
Waiting for Herbert and the Chargers to challenge the Chiefs. I feel like I've been saying that for 6 years.
I think the Chargers are going to challenge the Chiefs.
Again,
I'm going to do it again.
I could look at their team and agree with you. I'm not going to let myself be hurt by them again.
Harbaugh's different. Harbaugh's not the Charger guy.
The running backs in round one.
Good ones. All right, so to that point, the Patriots. I don't think it's a spicy take to pick New England to finish second in this division. Maybe they don't get there. Maybe they do. They are playing a last-place schedule. And I did a real quick, this isn't Howard picks the Bills, Jeremy picks the Patriots. This is just, I picked, looked, all right, what can they do?
Yeah.
And I think I casually got to 10 for the Patriots.
Casually?
Casually. You want to do it real quick?
Sure, yeah.
Is 10 the right number? All right, hold up your 10 fingers, count them down, knock them off as you want, everybody out there at home. Can the Patriots get to 10 wins?
Okay.
All right, in the division, how many are they going to win?
In the division?
In the division. Jets
They're
and Dolphins.
They're going to win 3.
3, okay. The number is 7. Browns.
Win.
6. Falcons.
Where's the game?
New England.
Win.
5. Giants.
Win.
4. Panthers.
Yikes. Win.
3. Steelers.
Where's the game?
New England.
Man.
You don't have to do it. I said I casually got there.
Win. I don't like Pittsburgh this year.
2. Raiders.
Give me the Raiders.
Okay.
The Raiders could be
still got to find 2. Titans.
Win.
Saints.
Win.
Done.
Man, I don't like that. That felt too easy.
Did not get to. I left out the harder ones because the order matters. Bengals, Bucks, Ravens. But 3 in the division, like I said, a casual. I don't think 10 is nuts for them. I don't think it's nuts at all.
I guess you're right. I mean,
last place schedule.
None of those. They'll lose to a couple of those teams, but they also might mix in a win or 2 against the harder ones. So
and they're going,
maybe it evens out.
They're going from a coach that I think was overmatched to a coach that has won and has been pretty good.
I mean, it's all for them going to be
Drake May.
How well have they done to surround Drake May?
Right.
Because we've been debating this week about the lines and obviously receiver. How much better is their line going to be? Because that was the thing. He was running for his life last year. And he's able to do that because he's super athletic and he made it work. But Will Campbell and the couple of free agents they added, let me see what that line looks like. If their line is like even a top 15 unit in the league, then I would bet on they're going to get to that. They're going to get to those 10 wins. Because the defense will be fine and the receivers are okay. I don't think they're going to be that good. But the line was terrible And now, if it's even average, that'll be a huge difference.
So where are the Bills and Patriots schedules different? That's a key piece here, right? Like you've got your crossovers. Where are they different? It's the North. No, sorry. The Bills play. Let me pull up the Bills schedule here. Because, again, first place versus last place. It's Giants and Eagles. That's one difference. The Patriots have the Giants.
Massive difference.
Bills have the Eagles. The Bills, another first place spot is the Bills will play Houston, where New England plays Tennessee.
Right.
And the Bills will also play
Tampa, right? Or no, they play the South.
Kansas City, where New England plays the Raiders. That's your three different games.
Right.
New England, Kansas City, and who did I say? New England, Kansas City.
Well, no, New England
and Houston.
gets the Raiders.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Kansas City, Houston, Philly.
Yeah, that's the Bills.
That's the Bills. And over there, it's the Raiders, the Titans, the Giants.
Yeah.
Three games that are different. I'm not sitting here saying they're gonna challenge and push the Bills, but
no, I don't think they have. I would be stunned if they're even really close. Maybe. Like, could they be within 2 games with, 5 to go? Sure. I don't think they're a serious contender for the division, though, at the end of the day. I think they can make the playoffs.
Well, we're about to find out how serious Drake May plays like Josh Allen's about to be. 803-0550. Break time. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, Locked On NFL Scouting. We'll get his take on the Bills draft. He liked some pieces, maybe didn't like some others. So we'll break it down with Joe coming up top of the hour. Free agent tender tag that hadn't been used in 2022. We've seen used twice this offseason.
Okay, let me explain. I'm glad you asked me this because I do think it's important to tell people. Because, Joe, I think this answers your question, and Jeremy, about do I think the Bills will do it? I think it's harder. It's harder now because here's why. So the way this works is, and it's a very rare kind of rule, that it's a rule that's kind of rarely used, but it happens here as we know. So there's this thing called an unrestricted free agent tender. The Browns have put that on Elijah Moore. What this means now is if Elijah Moore does not sign with another team by July 22nd, that's the key date, July 22nd. If he doesn't sign with another team by then, he can only play for the Cleveland Browns, and he will play for $3.4 million. They've guaranteed that. It's no different than a RFA tender when you guarantee that salary, but hey, now you go out to free negotiate, right? You could do that. Happens in hockey, happens in football. If no one signs him by July 22nd, he goes back to the Cleveland Browns. He plays for $3.4 million. In the meantime, he is allowed to negotiate contracts with anybody. It is a two-way street. There is no minimum that another team has to offer him. But you would think, wouldn't you think, you'd probably have to at least come very close to that, if not right. Because if you're Elijah Moore and somebody offers you $2 million, why would you take that over $3.4 million, right? So you're probably going to have to offer that. And if it could be close. Maybe it's close and he goes, hey, I'd rather go to this other organization. That's fine. That could happen. Now, if that happens, the reason they put this tender on him is if that were to happen by the tender deadline, May 1st, I believe that is. What is that, tomorrow, right? May 1st?
Yeah.
If he were to sign before then, he still falls under the compensatory pick formula for the Browns as a player that left to weigh in for next year and for the team that added him for the player for an ad for next year, if that makes sense, right? Okay. If it's after May 1st, he does not count against that formula.
Okay.
But he's still in that situation where by July 22nd, he can still negotiate, but he reverts back to them essentially for $3.4 million if he doesn't sign with it.
Elijah Moore, which is an idea that I think we both like.
I do a lot.
Former second-round pick. Let me read you what Matt Harmon wrote about Elijah Moore. It's a couple years ago, but gives you an idea of the skill set. First off, he's a little bit like Curtis Samuel in that Matt Harmon has of receptionperception.com. His long one saying, I like this player a lot. He just needs a good opportunity. Mm-hmm. And for Moore, second-round pick of the Jets, on to the Browns after that. And when he went to the Browns, Deshaun Watson's going to be the quarterback. And he says, they needed more juice in this group, and Moore is the guy to deliver. He can operate as the team's vertical slot in 11 or line up as the flanker in 2 receiver sets. While Cooper takes reps at the X, Moore has ample opportunity to shine and command targets. Success rate against man coverage is good. Intermediate area of the field, good. That's where the Bills like to throw the ball, right?
Yep.
He talked about how he's a good fit for Deshaun Watson, who thrived pushing the ball downfield in his Houston days. His ability to work underneath as a separator could provide Cleveland with an explosive layup target that they don't have. Browns offense positioned to be top-flight passing unit if their quarterback can rebound. But anyway, the Moore profile sounds like a good idea, and we'll see if that lands. I think he would slot in immediately with who does he battle? I mean, he battles Tyrell Shavers. He battles
He's battling for the 5th spot on the depth chart, but he's also battling for. Again, this is kind of part of, the genesis of yesterday, I guess, is a desire to see them add a type of receiver like that. That's been my thing all offseason is I need a type. I need a guy that can play on the outside. And for him, his ability to move into the slot and outside, that's valuable. But it's the speed, 96th percentile for his 40-yard dash at the combine.
Right. That's how many years ago? It's 6, 7 years ago? But still.
It's 4.
Okay.
Cousins charging the net. Cousins shot. Score! Dylan Cousins short-handed. 2-0 Ottawa.
My comment there. It was a Bucci game, huh?
It was a Bucci game, yeah.
Bucci games.
You're not into Bucci?
It's fine. I appreciate the enthusiasm. I think he's unique and,
I need it in spurts. I can't have it all the time. Give me Bucci once in a while on play-by-play, and I can do fine, I think.
Yeah. A Bucci game. Great. Good stuff.
18 years ago today, by the way, I'm seeing it was Game 5. Sabres shut out the Flyers.
Danny Briere in tight against Miller, 1-0.
No, sorry. Game 5 in 2006.
Oh, 2006, they shut out the Flyers.
Sabres shut out the Flyers, yeah.
3-0.
3-0.
A Sunday afternoon? Give me a Sunday afternoon.
Looks like it. Yeah, at home?
Yeah, sunny Sunday afternoon.
Yep.
3-0. They had just gone to Philly and lost games 3 and 4. They come back for game 5. I'm like Sunday 3 o'clock.
Yeah. Connolly, Dumont, and Finnegan off.
Maybe Sunday like 4 o'clock because I feel like when I left the arena it was dark.
Okay.
And the sun sets at 8, maybe 5 o'clock. Anyway, it was sunny. It was warm. It was partying it was everything you want your hockey to return to be. Going to the arena when it's warm out.
Yeah.
Are you looking up the forecast? Like what was the weather on that day?
On that day,
in
I
Buffalo?
could probably find it.
I
yeah.
want to say it was 75 degrees. It was nice.
That man, shorts at the arena.
What was the date?
April 30th, 2006. The life we live. We have to go back in time.
The high
while he's looking, Cousins scoring last night. He has not been good in that series, but that was a huge goal he scored for them last night.
Yeah,
it was only his second point of the series.
All right. April, what do you say? April what?
April 30th, 2006. You're looking up the weather?
Yeah, the high that day was 75. I just nailed the number.
That's
Somebody get me help.
I mean, you didn't go from that specific a number.
Get me help.
Like 75. They said, I think it was 77 degrees and 30% humidity.
I think it was like 75, and it was 75. Yeah, whatever. Help
Again,
us.
round number, though. If you had said 72, would be a little bit more impressed.
75 is not a round number.
Yeah, it is. People celebrate the 75th anniversary of things all the time.
Round numbers are the zeros. That is There's no
Yeah,
wiggle.
wait,
There's
no,
no wiggle room.
No. 75 is different. 75 is more a round number than 70 and 80 are.
Poll, is 75 a round number? Get out.
I'm just saying, like, what would you celebrate harder, a 70th birthday or a 75th birthday? A 75th birthday.
Fine, okay, but that's not round.
I mean, in essence, it is.
The essence.
It displays the behavior of a round number.
I mean, look at this. What a week we're having here.
Yes.
8030550. Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, Locked On NFL Scouting, and many more places. You know him. You love him. We'll talk with Joe on the Bills draft class and, the week that's been coming up next.
Very quickly, I was just Sam Paniavovich, who comes on with Show Up on the Bulldog on Fridays. He was just texting me about offensive rookie of the year odds.
Okay.
And we were just talking about rookies in the break. He loves Omarion Hampton at 16-1 to be the offensive rookie of the year. We were just talking about Luther Burden, though. He is plus 5,000. This is not something we could bet on in New York State, by the way. But I'm looking at Twitter right now, and I got Ben Johnson talking about how the ball tends to find his slot receiver, and that was Amon-Ra St. Brown in Detroit, and now Luther Burden is there, and he ran 88% of his routes out of the slot. I mean, if I could bet offensive rookie of the year, I would be looking at Burden, especially given that he's behind, he's the same odds as Jalen Milroe.
Free agent tender tag that hadn't been used in 2022. We've seen used twice this offseason.
Okay, let me explain. I'm glad you asked me this because I do think it's important to tell people. Because, Joe, I think this answers your question, and Jeremy, about do I think the Bills will do it? I think it's harder. It's harder now because here's why. So the way this works is, and it's a very rare kind of rule, that it's a rule that's kind of rarely used, but it happens here, as we know. So there's this thing called an unrestricted free agent tender. The Browns have put that on Elijah Moore. What this means now is, if Elijah Moore does not sign with another team by July 22nd, that's the key date, July 22nd. If he doesn't sign with another team by then, he can only play for the Cleveland Browns, and he will play for $3.4 million. They've guaranteed that. It's no different than a RFA tender when you guarantee that salary, but hey, now you go out to free negotiate, right? You could do that. Happens in hockey, happens in football. If no one signs him by July 22nd, he goes back to the Cleveland Browns. He plays for $3.4 million. In the meantime, he is allowed to negotiate contracts with anybody. It is a two-way street. There is no minimum that another team has to offer him. But you would think, wouldn't you think, you'd probably have to at least come very close to that, if not right. Because if you're Elijah Moore and somebody offers you $2 million, why would you take that over $3.4 million, right? So you're probably going to have to offer that. And if it could be close. Maybe it's close and he goes, hey, I'd rather go to this other organization. That's fine. That could happen. Now, if that happens, the reason they put this tender on him is, if that were to happen by the tender deadline, May 1st, I believe that is. What is that, tomorrow, right? May 1st?
Yeah.
If he were to sign before then, he still falls under the compensatory pick formula for the Browns as a player that left to weigh in for next year, and for the team that added him for the player for an ad for next year, if that makes sense, right? Okay. If it's after May 1st, he does not count against that formula.
Okay.
But he's still in that situation where by July 22nd, he can still negotiate, but he reverts back to them essentially for $3.4 million if he doesn't sign with it.
He did, of course, talk about the receiving weapons and say you got to include Kincaid. It was kind of a different revisiting of think of him like a wide receiver, and compared him to Kittle and Kelsey.
Yeah.
Or at least said those names as weapons in those offenses. Today, Kittle gets a big contract extension. We've said this a few times. This is a massive season to decide if Dalton Kincaid gets the fifth-year option picked up. He has to be good enough to...
Way better than last year.
Yeah, I think
right?
so. And
way more efficient.
Yep.
More volume. Him and the quarterback got to be on the same page. There was a number about, I don't have it off the top of my head, but there was something about uncatchable targets that he led the league for tight ends and uncatchable targets. And that might sound like a quarterback stat, but whatever. It's just, to me, those two being on the same page. And then, again, figuring out what he is. Where is he? Where is he this matchup nightmare?
Yep,
is he the matchup nightmare when he's going up against linebackers? And are you even able to get him covered by linebackers? Is he a matchup nightmare for smaller nickel corners? I mean, I don't know. If he had his rookie season again, would they pick up the fifth-year option?
Maybe. That's 73 catches.
73 catches, just under 700 yards. Like, would that be enough for them to do it?
That's definitely not Travis Kelce, George Kittle caliber tight end production.
No, right.
Which gets to, we have to kind of decide, each of you out there has to decide what you're going to do. Is it the individuals or is it the sum of the parts? Is it Bean drafted Kincaid and he wasn't good enough or his numbers aren't good enough? Or is it he's part of an offense that scored the most points in football? Because I'm inclined to think that the second one is actually the better measure. When Bean says we scored 30 per game, I think that is right.
Stanley Cup playoff action last night. Maple Leafs lose again to Ottawa. They were up 3-0 in that series. Now it's 3-2 and going back to Ottawa after a 4-0 win. Dylan Cousins scored an important goal shorthanded in the third period. Other scores from last night. Carolina erased a 3-0 deficit to win in double overtime over New Jersey. They win the series and move on. Vegas wins over Minnesota. Edmonton over LA. The Oilers and Golden Knights both leading their series 3-2. It was a wild night in the NBA playoffs. The Bucks blew a 7-point lead with roughly 30 seconds to go. They fall to the Pacers. Indiana wins the series. The Knicks fall to the Pistons. That series is 3-2 New York, going back to Detroit. Boston wins over Orlando to advance to round 2, and the Nuggets win over the Clippers to go up 3-2 in the series. A couple of football notes. Yesterday, Diana Rossini reporting the Cowboys have been among teams interested in acquiring George Pickens, but that's cooled off a little bit since the draft. Also, Nick Underhill in New Orleans reports that it would be stunning if Derek Carr played at all for the Saints this year. And at the moment, Tyler Shuck, as the starting quarterback for the Saints in Week 1, is the favorite for the Saints, their second-round rookie out of Louisville. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Going to be more transition on defense, and we just felt we needed to kind of add some free agent depth, which we did on the D line. We added Joey Bosa, Michael Hoyt, Larry Ogunjobi, but then we looked at the depth of the draft. When we started in February, we felt like there was going to be a good number of D linemen that we would have an opportunity at some point early in the draft, not necessarily first round, which we got a corner, but the next 2 picks lined up for us to take D linemen, and so we weren't going to turn away from it with the value that we had on our board.
Bills GM Brandon Beane talking about how they came to get the draft class that they did. We talk every Wednesday with Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast, Locked On NFL Scouting, Bills Squad as well, a live show that he and I do with Jerry Ostrowski on YouTube Mondays and Thursdays. Joe, good morning. How's the week find you?
Good morning, Jeremy. It feels like it's already been an entire week, and it's only Wednesday morning. So surely this has got to be Friday, right?
Yes, it feels like it. Well, All right, Joe, before we get to the draft class, how have you taken in the last, 24, 48, 72 hours in terms of the Bills and all the discussion about them, whether or not they're draft grades, which I see an awful lot of really positive draft grades. Brandon Beane on the media tour here on Pat McAfee, all of it. When you take it all in, where do you land?
Well, I think most people, including you, really like this draft class that the Bills had and set out for this mission of reloading this defense, which has been a problem late in the season. They've done a lot here in free agency and in the draft to improve the D-line, to add in the secondary, to give them a lot more personnel options to be a better third-down defense, to get off the field. And that was kind of the missing piece of what was lacking on this defense last year, was that ability to get off the field. And I mean, certainly that's been the theme of everything they've tried to do, was get players that can attack the quarterback, that can cover, and I feel like they've accomplished that. As it relates to the Brandon Beane stuff, obviously it feels like when he starts doing media, it's like he goes on every media outlet imaginable. So he's been on the tour coming out of the draft, and I guess I tend to agree with what he's saying, that that defense was the problem. Go ahead and make your primary investments there. I simultaneously agree that there was maybe an opportunity to draft at wide receiver somewhere in the middle rounds to add a player there. I think it went a little bit different than we expected with when Shamir Adike, Deontay Thornton, and Arian Smith went, with the first 8 picks of the 4th round. That really, I think, threw off the balance of the wide receiver depth in the class, because those were guys I thought were more 5th, 6th round guys. They started to go a little bit higher. And I think that changed the trajectory of what was going to be available on day 3. And those are all players the Bills had in for visits. I think what I take exception with regarding Brandon Beane is the misrepresentation that he has of your opinion of this draft. And what I've landed on is it's like, for example, going out to eat and having a 5-star, 5-course meal, and you loved every single course, but you know what? You didn't love the dessert. You thought that dessert was not that good. But then the restaurant owner saying, this guy hates my restaurant because he didn't like the dessert, but he liked the other 4 courses.
Yeah.
And he's going on this media tour saying, everyone's yelling at me about not wanting a receiver. They're discussing the draft, and their big takeaway is that we didn't get a receiver. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't the big takeaway. It was would have liked for them to get a receiver. And so, I didn't love the demeanor that he had, but I guess really where I'm at now as I continue to think about it is, why are we misrepresenting the actual opinions that you had on this draft? So, it's quite the story.
Sure. And, one of the things he had said was, last year they kind of proved what they can do. And can they do it again? Can Josh Allen and Joe Brady, can they repeat what they did with a couple of changes? Mac Hollins and Amari Cooper appear to be out. Josh Palmer's in. I know you like the Josh Palmer signing quite a bit. He was a guy you would mention as a really good fit for them and for what they need. So, can they repeat? I think there's a lot of, at least 1 year of evidence to think that they can. And the offense that they've built showed us last year that it can win in multiple ways.
Yes, I think there's a wonderful opportunity for them to continue being a top-performing offense. I think Josh Allen and the offensive line and the multifaceted approach that this offense has is going to position them very, very well to be a good offense. I think everyone should expect them to be a good offense. I think the hard part about sustainability, is not necessarily rooted in personnel. It's this team was very good at taking away the football, and they were unbelievably good at not turning it over, right? I mean, historically good. They turned over 8 times. Is that sustainable? I hope so. That's the piece where the offense could take a turn, is can they continue to not put the ball in bad positions, not put the defense in bad positions? That's what it comes down to. I think the sustainability of their formula last year was really rooted in takeaways and giveaways, and most people would tell you that those things are not predictable. They're not things that carry over year. Well, I would say there's a big enough sample size defensively with taking away the football that I feel like that will continue. But, I mean, let's be honest, that was a big outlier season for ball security on offense. I hope it's the new normal, but it's year 1 of that. I think if they're going to sustain the offensive production that they had last year, they have to continue to be unbelievably good at not turning over the football.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills, with us on the Western Hotline. So let's get to the defense, Joe. You mentioned the third down defense component that the Bills have kind of attacked this offseason. And in the draft, was there a pick where you really started thinking about that more than anything else? Hairston could have been that in round 1, but Sanders and after that, like not necessarily just needs, but kind of these, problems they had last year in attacking situations more than positions.
Yeah, Joe, it's really the first two picks, Hairston and Sanders, where Hairston, athletic, right? Unbelievably athletic. And he's a guy that's going to just be tighter in coverage. He's a guy that is aggressive and hunts the football and can really take the air out of pass coverage with how he plays the game with aggression. And that's going to help you be tighter in coverage on long and late downs. But also when you come around and you trade up for TJ Sanders, and what was a really good trade for the Bills in terms of, they actually gained draft capital by moving up, which is pretty rare. But TJ Sanders, is the type of guy that profiles as an interior penetration style player, somebody that can get quick pressure in the face of the quarterback, that can kind of wreak havoc, and you pair with Ed Oliver on long and late downs to affect the quarterback. And they didn't go for a big-bodied, space-eating nose tackle, right? Even when they did with Walker in the 4th round, Walker's not a big plug in the middle of the defense that's going to eat space. His best thing is his ability to get up the field and rush. And so that really stands out to me. They could have picked Alfred Collins. They could have looked at a Vernon Broughton or a Jamari Caldwell before the walk, around that Walker range. But they wanted guys that can rush and create penetration, and that screams third down, right? We want to be good on third down. And I think that was the moment where I really realized, combined with, of course, metrically, they were 29th in third down defense. They gave up like the 4th most first downs overall in the NFL last year. I think that all of this kind of baked together. But when it went Hairston, Sanders, I thought to myself, yeah, they're serious about getting better on third downs.
And that's kind of where, Joe, this draft, it's not that different from their organizational philosophy for the last 8 years, right? Pass and stop the pass to a large degree. I mean, this draft was geared more towards stopping the pass. The previous couple had been Kincaid and Coleman, but here you have a number of picks on the defensive line. And as you're mentioning, we were asking about the one technique. Is that going to happen first round? Could they move up? And maybe if the board fell a different way, we would have seen one of those picks. But ultimately, what they did was they kind of stayed in the mold that they've been built for years.
Yeah, well, I mean, pass defense last year really fell off. I mean, the Bills have typically been pretty good at defending the pass, but last year they're bottom 10 in EPA defending the pass, bottom 10 in yards, touchdowns allowed. It's very kind of uncharacteristic, which I guess is to be expected to an extent with, a lot of the transition that happened really in the secondary. But combined with your pass rush, I thought was underwhelming as well. And so all of the improvements you like to think in some continuity year over year compared to a lot of transition, whether that was personnel or coaching last year on the defensive side of the football, hopefully they can get back to where they were defensively, even with some evolution, where they can be a little bit tighter and more situationally sound.
Joe Marino with us. Joe, I want to ask you about the Landon Jackson pick in round 3, because it is a pick that everybody seems to like. The player hits himself, and I heard you and Jeremy talking about him on your squad show earlier in the week, and he's been described as, a little bit stiffer, and maybe even the type that the Bills often go for at that position. This is a legitimate question. I'm not even sure it matters, but the Bills don't have a lot of bend to that position in my eyes. But to you, does that even matter? If you've got 4 guys, they might all be similar types, winning in the same ways, but does it even matter, I guess, that they might not have a different type of skill set at that position?
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the Von Miller or Leonard Floyd player in the mix. I mean, we'll see what happens with Javon Solomon, who's more of a profile for that type of guy. I think it's if you have that ability to bend and corner, that's obviously very important. But the more important thing for rushing in the NFL, what's more translatable to pressure and sacks, is being able to play with power and being able to play through contact. And I think that's really where Landon Jackson specializes, in addition to some of the other prototypes the Bills have on the edge, is guys that can compress, play through blocks, and really compromise the width of the pocket. And I think you have to look at it in concert with the interior guys, where you have power and compression on the edge, and you have penetration and quickness in the middle, and you like to think that all combined together would lead to an effective rush strategy, in addition to how you can work your twists and stunts. I think the Bills' defense metrically last year had a down tick in frequency of twists and stunts. And I think this personnel grouping across the defensive line, where you think about power and compression on the inside, and you want to have those guys kind of work down inside and loop around your quicker penetration style players, you have a lot of opportunities, I think, to run twists and stunts with this personnel grouping. Whereas if you have a lot of just burst and bend and then interior penetrators, maybe that doesn't really work together. Like you've heard Von Miller, you've heard other people talk about how it's really about four guys working together to rush. It's not necessarily just one guy. And I think the combination of skills inside and outside is a good blend for the way that the Bills can rush and use those skill sets together to be the best pass rush they can be.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, Locked On NFL Scouting as well. Joe, further down the draft chart, we've got the first four picks that I feel like a lot of people have learned a lot about them. 5th round, 6th round, let's get to the other nickel back and safety, Landon Jackson. When it comes to that, or sorry, I'm mixing names here. Landon Jackson is the defensive end. It's help me remember his name.
Jordan Hancock.
Thank you, Jordan Hancock. Thank you. Yeah. Jordan Hancock. Jordan Hancock is the nickel/safety guy, which to me, that's another one that, here we are in the 5th round we're talking, and that makes a lot of sense, whether it's depth for Taron Johnson. That role has been a name that Bills fans have known over the years, whether that's like a Saran Neal or if it's Cam Lewis. Like this versatility in the Bills secondary, it's a 5th round pick, and I feel like it fit what their defense often needs.
Yeah, and I'm fresh out of the film on Jordan Hancock. I just got finished with that, and he is a versatile player. Plays a lot as a deep safety, a lot in the slot for Ohio State. And what I really like is just his trigger. He's a guy that is physical, that can fly downhill, is a good tackler, good contact balance and hitting power. Plays under control, whether that's from depth or even in that slot. Like there's a lot of like Taron Johnson-y type reps where he's playing on the second level, filling the B gap, blitzing. Being able to click and close and drive and run the alley. You see that physical nature, which will obviously help on special teams as well. But we've seen the Bills play a lot more three safeties, that dime package. I think this is really a player that profiles well to having an opportunity there. And I think from Cam Lewis, I believe is a player the Bills really like, but you certainly get younger, bigger, and more explosive if you were to lean into Jordan Hancock in that type of role. So I can see a number of ways that he can help this team. Obviously, there's some well-renowned players that he'd have to kind of beat out. I think he'll be a rostered player. Special teams might be his early course, but you can see him kind of carving out a role and then also providing more depth for Taron Johnson. If there were to be an injury like there was last year, a bigger player, if they want to kind of preserve him, that type of role where they ask a lot of Taron to fit the run, I think that Jordan Hancock would be a lot better equipped to do that than Cam Lewis. Although you love the competitive toughness that Cam Lewis has, he's just not nearly as big or athletic as Hancock. So I like the ceiling that he would represent behind Taron Johnson.
I want to maybe connect some dots, and I don't think these are directly connected, but Jackson Hawes. So tight end Jackson Hawes, the Bills take him. Most say the best blocking tight end in the class, and if the Bills want to go 13 or big offensive lineman, do you think that it looks like they're going to have a mauler package, right? If they want to put him out there, he's like blocks like an offensive lineman. Could this be the Bills moving away from the tush push? Because here's McDermott publicly worried about his quarterback and them wanting to find a different kind of short yardage or mauler package that can get results. It just kind of comes to me now, like I said, maybe not directly connected, but the Bills are going to have a smashing kind of formation when if all these pieces come together.
Yeah, I mean that's an interesting angle to it, Jeremy, and I'll be curious to see if Sean McDermott actually pivots away from the tush push, which has been a pretty effective play for the Bills. So we'll see if there's congruency between the messaging and then what the football team actually does, because there hasn't been, right? I mean, they used it the second most of any team in the league last year, and then he comes out after the season and talks about the optics and safety and protecting quarterbacks. Well, I guess it didn't really apply to your football team. So it's an interesting layer to that. So I think there's some merit to that. He will help, certainly as a guy that I believe is the best blocking tight end in the class, to help with that type of stuff. But I also think about the kick return stuff, where we're expecting more kick returns this year with the touchback being moved up a little bit. So he can help in that capacity too, outside of just traditional blocking tight end and what that means. But all right, there's going to be more kick returns. You got to be able to block, and certainly Jackson Haas profiles to having a nice impact in that area as well.
Does he take anything away in your mind from Alec Anderson's role, or do you see them both coexisting on the offense? Like in terms, not Anderson as like a backup, but you know what I mean, like the 6 offensive line package.
That's been a pretty strong staple. It was Anderson, it was David Edwards, it was Tommy Doyle, it was Bobby Hart. Like this has been going on for a while now, so I don't know that that's going to go away. And even with that, I mean, Quentin Morris still played 10, 12 snaps a game in addition to what you got out of Anderson and that role overall. So I think they're comfortable using both. I do wonder about just some of the interior questions long term with Connor McGovern and David Edwards, both starters on the last year of their deal. There's a world where Alec Anderson is suddenly looked at as potentially the successor at either spot. Do you want to have more options with that? Does that kind of maybe some of the Chase Lunt vision as a guy that played tight end up until his senior year of high school and doesn't really have the wingspan to play tackle, and he's a little tall to play guard? Do you think about him as a guy that can step into that role in addition to Jackson Haas, and how that can kind of preserve that structure that you love with your big personnel groupings and how they like to run the ball, especially late in the season? They
did ultimately get to a receiver late in the draft. I know when we talked about it, it was someone that was maybe far enough down the radar you had not had a chance to look into deeply. But what about Caden Prather?
Yes, I still need to watch the film there, but obviously size, athleticism, not 4.3 speed by any means, but for his size, I think he runs well. I'm curious to dive into the tape there and see if there's something that differentiates him from like this group of Tyrell Shavers and Jalen Virgil, I guess Laviska Chenault in that mix for the wide receiver 5 spot. So I still got to get there, but that's the one. That's the receiver there at 240.
Was there one pick, Joe, that wasn't the Bills over the draft that interested you the most from another team?
Oh gosh, there's a lot of them. I guess I would just say generally about the Miami Dolphins. I love what they did to add to their D-line with Kenneth Grant and Jordan Phillips, and then Jonas Savianaya, big mauling offensive lineman. That felt like, hey, we're finally going to admit that we got to get tougher. And I think the theme of their draft, kind of getting away from some of those just speedy, flashy type guys and like getting back to the roots of what's necessary, that's kind of limited them late in the season. I think that kind of stands out to me, particularly doubling down with Jordan Phillips late. So there's a bit of a wild card pick for you there.
Yeah. They've been called finesse an awful lot, so I mean that it sounds like they're getting away from that a little bit.
Different new Jordan Phillips, by the way.
Yes,
there's a new Jordan Phillips.
A different Jordan Phillips. There's a new Kyle Williams. He's also in the division too.
So head on a swivel.
Look at the Jordan Phillips and the Kyle Williams. And finally, Joe, looking back, I asked you this question. Maybe you had a little more time to think about it since Monday, but a time the Bills were on the clock and it didn't go the way you hoped maybe it would. I think we all have this, and 5 years later, you're looking and thinking, like, I wanted Haloti Ngata. They could be first round, it could be fourth round, it could be sixth round, whatever. Is there a name where they were on it and you were thinking it should be this, and you're just going to kind of put a pin in that guy's name and see what he does?
Well, it's obviously for me going to be the Deion Walker pick in the fourth round, especially after they traded up. And really, it's not just that I was not interested in Walker and all the layers that come with that prospect. It was, all right, you're still kind of waiting for the receiver, and then exactly those players I talked about that were visitors, DK, Thornton, Smith, they go with the first 8 picks of the fourth round, and you're thinking, here's a wide receiver run. The Bills better get in on this. And I'm thinking Jalen Royals out of Utah State is a player I really liked. Torrey Horton out of Colorado State, a player I really liked, that the Bills, they had them both in for visits. And I'm thinking, well, you better go get one. And then you trade up to 109. I'm like, okay, this is aligning for the receiver, and then it's the defensive tackle I didn't want. So that would be the moment for me for sure where it didn't go the way I was hoping for when the Bills got on the clock.
All right, Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast, Locked On NFL Scouting podcast, and Bill Squad. We'll talk tomorrow, Joe.
Looking forward to it, Jeremy. Thanks, guys.
All right, very good. Joe Marino on the Wester Hotline.
He is a busy man.
Yes, he is.
He's going to watch Caden Prather film. How much film would that be? Hours?
Sure.
5 hours?
No, cut up.
2?
It's a good question.
I watched highlight reels of Prather, and his highlight reels are fun.
Greg Cosell said He said, I listened to Greg Cosell with One Bills Live yesterday, and he said, like, this guy shows some pops. There's some stuff here.
I noticed a lot of his clips where more he makes, like he's running real routes, not screen passes, but he's making like a guy miss on almost every clip. So,
not bad.
We'll see.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring if you want. Are you more or less optimistic, or about the same on the Bills, given the offseason is pretty much done? We got 4% saying less optimistic, which I think makes sense. Leading the way, about the same.
You think that 4% is what makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4%.
Not less optimistic.
No, I think about the same, and more optimistic if you have really liked what they've done. I think that you could make the case for that too. 803-0550 on WGR. All right, so to that point, the Patriots. I don't think it's a spicy take to pick New England to finish second in this division. Maybe they don't get there. Maybe they do. They are playing a last-place schedule. And I did a real quick, this isn't Howard picks the Bills, Jeremy picks the Patriots. This is just, I picked, look, all right, what can they do?
Yeah.
And I think I casually got to 10 for the Patriots.
Casually?
Casually. You want to do it real quick?
Sure, yeah.
Is 10 the right number? All right, hold up your 10 fingers, count them down, knock them off as you want. Everybody out there at home. Can the Patriots get to 10 wins?
Okay.
All right, in the division, how many are they going to win?
In the division?
In the division. Jets
They're
and Dolphins.
They're going to win 3.
3. Okay. The number is 7. Browns.
Win.
6. Falcons.
Where's the game?
New England.
Win.
5. Giants.
Win.
4. Panthers.
Yikes. Win.
3. Steelers.
Where's the game?
New England.
Man.
You don't have to do it. I said I casually got there.
Win. I don't like Pittsburgh this year.
2. Raiders.
Give me the Raiders.
Okay.
I think the Raiders could be
still got
this year.
Still got to find 2. Titans.
Win.
Saints.
Win.
Done.
Man, I don't like that. That felt too easy.
Did not get to. I left out the harder ones because the order matters. Bengals, Bucks, Ravens. But 3 in the division, like I said, a casual. I don't think 10 is nuts for them. I don't think it's nuts at all.
I guess you're right. I mean,
last place schedule.
None of those. They'll lose to a couple of those teams, but they also might mix in a win or 2 against the harder ones. So
and they're going,
maybe it evens out.
They're going from a coach that I think was overmatched to a coach that has won and has been pretty good.
I mean, it's all for them going to be
Drake May.
How well have they done to surround Drake May?
Right.
The Stanley Cup playoffs last night featured Toronto failing to advance to the second round again over Ottawa. They were up 3-0 in the series. Now it sits at 3-2. Senators win 4-0. Big goal by Dylan Cousins in the third period. Game 6 back in Ottawa will be on Thursday at 7 o'clock. Carolina advances. They win. Double overtime over the Devils. They were down 3-0. Came back and won. Vegas over Minnesota. Edmonton over LA last night. Those two teams lead 3-2. In the NBA playoffs, the Bucks had a heartbreaking end to their season. They were up 7 in overtime with less than a minute to go. Pacers come back and win, and Milwaukee season ends. Detroit beats the Knicks to force a Game 6. Celtics advance with a win over the Magic. Nuggets up 3-2 with a win over the Clippers. And in the NFL, you have a report from Diana Rossini that the Cowboys have been circling on George Pickens, a trade for him from Pittsburgh, but that's cooled a little bit since the draft. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
If you're going to be a pundit, you're going to be a commentator, which is something I am qualified to talk about. You know what? Mean what the hell you say. Do your research, know your facts and what have you, but then be open to being corrected. AFC East titles, 5 division titles in the last 5 years. 61-22 record in that span, ranked second in the NFL only to the Kansas City Chiefs. Your scoring offense over the last 5 years, best in the NFL. Total offense, second in the NFL to the Chiefs. Scoring defense, right? Best in the NFL, but your total defense, they obviously have to improve some things, and we get that part. The point is that when the GM calls up and he says to you, you don't know what the hell you're talking about, is entirely inbounds. He was absolutely right to do it, and it ain't just about what you say, it's how you said it.
Stephen A. I mean,
What's up, Stephen A?
Is irony the word there? I guess. You know, my mom used to say the smart one shuts up first. And I'm not always the smart one. Maybe I could be here.
You would think he would be on the side of, hey, GM, why get mad about two people's opinions?
Well, it's not even that
on the air.
It's not.
Listen, I'm sure he's. Can you believe he wouldn't have dealt with that 1,000 times in his life?
Sure. It is. The whole thing has been. You know, we haven't exactly done much with this, the Bean thing from Monday today. We're talking about, you know, the draft, the division, lots of different stuff.
Whether 75 is a round number.
We just had Joe Marino of the Locked on Bills podcast talk about how he thought they'd take a receiver. To me, the oddest thing of all this, if I may, like here's Stephen A. Smith say, like, we got to admit that we're wrong or being corrected. Part of the reason we thought the Bills might add a receiver in the middle rounds is because of their top 30 visits, they brought in 7 guys.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I guess I don't know why the Bills GM is acting like trying to portray that this is a silly idea when it was absolutely possible that they did it.
He has admitted he considered it.
Yeah.
Or even is admitted that he would have done it if the right player was on the board.
Right.
Admitting to that in the Elijah Moore clip that we've played, that he said part of the reason they put a pin in it with Elijah Moore was to see if they were going to pick a guy in rounds 1 or 2. His words.
Right. He got to round 7, and he said, I'm surprised I haven't got a receiver till round 7. Like,
right.
It's very odd being...
We also haven't talked about Amari Cooper's place in all this and the fact that they did trade for him.
And he said about Cooper in the offseason, we scored 7 more points per game with him in the lineup.
Right.
He was defending that Cooper made a difference for them.
Right.
The whole thing is so odd. It's almost, to me, like, I think what happened is, here's what I think happened. Here's the breakdown of it. I think they went in thinking they'd get one. It didn't line up. The GM is someone that is faithful to the process and the board, and he didn't get one. And it's almost like you're yelling at 2 different conversations. He's shouting, it never presented itself. What are you talking about? We went through, it didn't happen. Meanwhile, if they did 10 mock drafts inside their own facility, I bet there's a receiver, and bet there's in some of them there's 2. Because of course it was always possible.
Right.
Of course it's not about fantasy football. Joe Marino last segment, like multiple receivers he would have considered. He thought they were going to trade up in the 4th. And I believe their coaches maybe think they were going to get another one, and here's Elijah Moore. So the whole thing strikes me as weird.
It's confusing for sure.
There's tons of evidence that they were interested in the position earlier, and it just didn't happen. And asking, again, the question, the thing that got Bean mad on Monday was me saying to Sal, I'm going to ask him if he thinks he values receiver on the level of his peers.
Right, on more of a general sense.
And he got,
position.
which is as tame as it gets to say, I see receivers going a lot earlier for teams that have a lot of receivers, and for you, I don't. And one way he could answer that question would be, yeah, I think that might be right. I've got Josh Allen. I don't need it. The actions say that. The actions say, I don't feel like I need that many. They've got 4. Some of these depth charts have 6 and 7 guys deep that you'd be comfortable with. And the Bills, again, like you don't even have
4.
You don't even have to make it a fight. It's just do you think you're a little lower on this position than others? If they were drafting if 8, where Ted McMillan went, would they have gone somewhere else? I mean, the Panthers went on McMillan. You want to say that's because for them, they need to prop up Bryce Young a little more? All this has context and makes a ton of sense. So if they want to say, we don't need to draft it, we'll just go, scrape guys and get Palmers and Samuels. I mean, that is a little bit expensive, but whatever. You can make a case they can do that. He says, we did it last year. I say, that's right, you did. And if they want to go the next 5 years with this model, and by saving those picks at that position while other teams are chasing it, they build the best defensive line in football, well, then that could work.
Right.
And here's one last thing about it, because I got somebody in the chat on YouTube getting after me for not pounding the table how they can't win like this. And they can't. You love receivers so much, you should be pounding the table. And the reality is this. Brandon Beane has the ultimate trump card that he kind of played at us, and he played on the McAfee show. He gets to go over and pull Josh Allen in front of him and saying, you're saying this guy can't do it? And I'm saying to that, I'm not saying he can't do it. I know he can do it. I know he can. He almost got you to the Super Bowl with the group he had last year. That group from last year to this year is down 1 starter.
Right.
But you're asking me to you going to try and tell me Josh Allen can't do this? And that's where anybody with a brain that watches the league that isn't some hot take artist that says Josh Allen needs to be better. No, I'm not going to do that. All right. You tell me an Allen we trust. I'm going to say I do trust. And Allen I do trust. And I might not trust some other parts of what they're doing, but I'm not about to bet against Josh Allen. If the Bills win a Super Bowl with nobody of significance at receiver, that Lombardi trophy is just as silver as all the other ones. And if they win 2, maybe Brady won some with these guys and some with these guys. And Mahomes has 1 with Tyreek Hill and 1 with
2 without him.
Mecole Hardman.
Yeah.
And the silver is silver, The offseason is about talking about what should you do? What do you think they're going to do? Hey, fans, let's talk about it. And
what you think gives them the best chance to do all of this.
And ultimately, we're all aligning it. The Twitter poll up today is, are you more optimistic or about the same or less? And it's 96% are about the same or more, which I think is how the offseason pretty much works around here. Like, all right, take another run at it. You had a great year. There were some questions about them last year, and they looked pretty strong. So, the whole thing strikes me as odd because he's trying to make it seem like he's getting blasted for not taking a thing that he clearly was targeting somewhere. When he's not getting blasted, and he's mocking the idea that why would you even think we wanted that? 7 pre-draft visits would tell me.
Right. Well, right. He made the comment. I don't even know if we've brought this one up specifically. How could you? This isn't going to be an exact quote, but it's roughly what it was. How could you think that we're not better at that position this year than we were last year? He said that.
Yeah.
And that has to be about Josh Palmer, right? Which he's the only big difference, and he's probably right in that Palmer is going to be an upgrade over both Cooper and Hollins, but. Again, like I continue to point to that vacated snap stat. Like there are 1,100 of those, and Palmer is not going to play them all. So I think maybe where the difference would be for me is, and then like that question, which is only a small piece of this, I guess it's a piece of it, is are they actually going to be better? Palmer, yes, but that can't be all of it. It's how much do you trust the internal guys to be better than they were last year? Yep. And that's possible. Kincaid taking a step, Coleman taking a step, and Samuel staying healthy. But that's an if, and an if.
Right. And
3 ifs.
And the shield you have against those ifs is you have the unicorn quarterback that's going to be a part of all of them, or one of them, or two of them doing it. And like I said, I don't think anyone's here to bet against Josh Allen.
And look what they're doing. It's different than what they're doing at corner right now, by the way. Like, wide receiver, the guys you are relying on right now there are ifs about them. And if at the moment, if those don't come to fruition, this is part of why just one more guy would have felt perfect for it. And they might do that with Elijah Moore or another veteran. Is if one of those ifs doesn't come to fruition, what's my next man up? And that doesn't seem, it seems pretty thin right now. What are they doing at corner? Corner, there are ifs. Benford's health. Benford has had problems staying healthy. It's a little bit of an if. He's great. I mean, he was on the field, there's no question. Hairston as a rookie, whether he'll be ready, that's an if. Tre'Davious White returning to form, even at 60% of what he used to be, that's an if. So I've got ifs at that position, but look at all the options they've given themselves. I've got Dane Jackson here and Jamarcus Ingram there. I've got guys that have played on the field.
Yeah.
And I've got rookies that they drafted as well on top of that. And that's not presently how they're treating receiver, except for, again, they're bringing Elijah Moore in for a visit, and that would be treating receiver the same way.
Jimmy in Miami before the break. Hey, Jimmy, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Hey, I want to ask you about Isaiah Bond, but the whole Bean thing, I was thinking, if Bean doesn't say the B word 4 times, I counted, and I replayed the whole interview, I don't know how many times, but if he doesn't say that, he doesn't escalate the whole conversation. In other words, if the conversation starts out like, well, I've been listening to you guys for the last 2 minutes. I know you're talking about receiver with Sal and stuff, but let me state my case. And if he goes through his whole situation, what he was thinking, and the whole process of his thought process there, and he doesn't say the B word, it's a non-issue. Nobody's talking about it on ESPN. Nobody's talking about it on McAfee. It's like, okay, fine, you stated your case. That's it. But that's what I had to say about that. The other thing is Isaiah Bond. I know he's had some off-field issues. He was supposed to be a first-round draft pick. And, I don't know if he's going to be prosecuted or even if he is picked up by an NFL team, if there's going to be some sort of suspension. But is this guy just a fast guy? Is he a technician? Does he know how to run routes? Or, in college, if you could just run fast, you run by a defender.
Yeah, well, Jimmy,
a lot of touchdowns.
We're up against the break, and we got a bunch of people lining up to talk about this. On Bond, the Bills met with him a lot.
Yep.
And when we talked about that arrest and turning himself in, we wondered, does that take him off their board? Before that...
Or even just drop the stock.
You're right. With Isaiah Bond, the Bills had combine, dinner, pro day, private workout, top 30 visit. At least 5 visits with Bond. And he did not get drafted.
And has not been picked up.
No.
I haven't seen... I actually looked at this yesterday. I don't think anyone has signed him.
I wonder, there's a name here that I can remember. It was Lyle Collins, who actually did come to the Bills. In 2015, he was supposed to be a top pick, top 10, first rounder, and he dropped because it was announced he was scheduled to talk to the police about the shooting death of a pregnant woman with whom he had a relationship with.
Right.
So what happened?
Didn't get drafted.
He was not considered a suspect. He went undrafted.
Right. And he did end up starting for Dallas for many years after that situation cleared itself.
Yes. In here is his agent threatened he would sit out the season and enter the next draft. Okay. If any team selected him after the 3rd round, he would sit out. So basically, he's mentioned in this. He's not a suspect. The agent says if you draft him after the 3rd, we're sitting out for the year. What happens? He signs as a UDFA on May 7th. Cowboys. He had the thing. It's cleared. UDFA. And I wonder.
But is Bond's situation going to be clear?
Again, like innocence is a key here. If Bond is cleared, that's UDFA.
But at the moment, nobody wants to touch him.
Nope. No, undrafted. But the Bills had at least 5 different visits with him.
Yeah, the prospect's nice. I would defend any team though for right now.
Listen,
him turning himself in like a week and a half ago, not wanting to go near him with a 10-foot pole.
You could be mad at us. You could be putting on your Bean shirt. Why are we talking about receiver? You met with Isaiah Bond 5 times. Why are we talking about receiver? Because you met.
Well, in this case, we just got asked about Isaiah Bond.
That's true. But why are we talking about receiver? Why are we talking about the entire pre-draft process was littered with receivers. And if you're someone doing your job, looking pre-draft, you'd say, I think they might be interested in one of these guys. How many corners did they interview and meet with? 7. 7 corners, 7 receivers. The numbers that we got, it was
minutes.
5 defensive tackles, 4 edge rushers, and they also drafted a bunch of guys on their sheet.
Yeah, actually, if you let's do some generic analytics here. Minutes spent talking about per top 30 visit. What would number 1 be? It wouldn't be receiver. Probably be safety. Didn't they only have 1 safety in on a visit?
They had 1 safety in.
All right. So minutes that we talked about the position per how many visits they came in. I think safety's actually the position people should be yelling at us about.
Why'd you talk about safety?
Why'd you talk about safety at all? They had 1 guy in for a visit. They have 4 guys that have all played in the NFL on their roster. I thought it was defendable.
Yeah.
But they also didn't do it. So.
It's also defendable for Bean to have not taken a receiver. It's defendable. Like we just laid it out with Joe Marino, the top of the 4th round. A bunch of guys went. Like, there might have been your run that you missed out on. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. Sometimes referred to as Jerry and Joe.
Jerry and Joe.
Depending on which shouty show you're listening to. If you're on hold, stick with us. People want to talk about this, that's fine with us. The last thing I want to do is be accused of you're bringing it up again. But if we're talking about the bigger issue, then I welcome it. All your calls are welcome. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for tuning in on WGR. Elijah Moore, which is an idea that I think we both like.
I do a lot.
Former second-round pick. Let me read you what Matt Harmon wrote about Elijah Moore. It's a couple years ago, but gives you an idea of the skill set. First off, he's a little bit like Curtis Samuel in that Matt Harmon has of reception.perception.com. His long one saying, I like this player a lot. He just needs a good opportunity. Mm-hmm. And for Moore, second-round pick of the Jets, on to the Browns after that. And when he went to the Browns, Deshaun Watson's going to be the quarterback. And he says, they needed more juice in this group, and Moore is the guy to deliver. He can operate as the team's vertical slot in 11 or line up as the flanker in 2 receiver sets. While Cooper takes reps at the X, Moore has ample opportunity to shine and command targets. Success rate against man coverage is good. Intermediate area of the field, good. That's where the Bills like to throw the ball, right?
Yep.
He talked about how he's a good fit for Deshaun Watson, who thrived pushing the ball downfield in his Houston days. His ability to work underneath as a separator could provide Cleveland with an explosive layup target that they don't have. Browns offense positioned to be top-flight passing unit if their quarterback can rebound. But anyway, the Moore profile sounds like a good idea, and we'll see if that lands. I think he would slot in immediately with who does he battle? I mean, he battles Tyrell Shavers. He battles
he's battling for the 5th spot on the depth chart, but he's also battling for. Again, this is kind of part of. The genesis of yesterday, I guess, is a desire to see them add a type of receiver like that. That's been my thing all offseason is I need a type. I need a guy that can play on the outside. And for him, his ability to move into the slot and outside, that's valuable. But it's the speed, 96th percentile for his 40-yard dash at the combine.
Right. That's how many years ago? It's 6, 7 years ago? But still.
It's 4.
Okay. Josh is shouting right back to break because we were late.
Did you see Giannis yesterday getting into it with Tyrese Halliburton's dad?
No.
So they're down. They're up 7. They need to win to advance the series. Bucks are up 7 with 30 to go. They blow it. Guy chokes. Ball goes through his legs. Easy ball. Halliburton one-on-one with Giannis for the win with 1 second to go, and he hits it. And Giannis is just standing on the court like in shock. And here comes Halliburton's dad. His son just hit the game-winning shot over Giannis, and he's in Giannis's face looking up at him. And Giannis originally doesn't know what to do. He probably is thinking I should walk away right now, and then he gets right in his face, and they looked like they were about to fight.
I believe this is where someone's supposed to say, "This league."
I saw that tweet a billion times yesterday. Yeah.
Wide open for phone calls on the other side. People want to talk about playmaker on offense, Amari Cooper, the Bean stuff. Yeah. It's Wednesday. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Free agent tender tag that hadn't been used in 2022. We've seen used twice this offseason.
Okay, let me explain. I'm glad you asked me this because I do think it's important to tell people. Because, Joe, I think this answers your question, and Jeremy, about do I think the Bills will do it? I think it's harder. It's harder now because here's why. So the way this works is, and it's a very rare kind of rule, that it's a rule that's kind of rarely used, but it happens here as we know. So there's this thing called an unrestricted free agent tender. The Browns have put that on Elijah Moore. What this means now is if Elijah Moore does not sign with another team by July 22nd, that's the key date, July 22nd. If he doesn't sign with another team by then, he can only play for the Cleveland Browns, and he will play for $3.4 million. They've guaranteed that. It's no different than a RFA tender when you guarantee that salary, but hey, now you go out to free negotiate, right? You could do that. Happens in hockey, happens in football. If no one signs him by July 22nd, he goes back to the Cleveland Browns. He plays for $3.4 million. In the meantime, he is allowed to negotiate contracts with anybody. It is a two-way street. There is no minimum that another team has to offer him. But you would think, wouldn't you think, you'd probably have to at least come very close to that, if not right. Because if you're Elijah Moore and somebody offers you $2 million, why would you take that over $3.4 million, right? So you're probably going to have to offer that. And if it could be close. Maybe it's close and he goes, hey, I'd rather go to this other organization. That's fine. That could happen. Now, if that happens, the reason they put this tender on him is if that were to happen by the tender deadline, May 1st, I believe that is. What is that, tomorrow, right? May 1st?
Yeah.
If he were to sign before then, he still falls under the compensatory pick formula for the Browns as a player that left to weigh in for next year and for the team that added him for the player for an ad for next year, if that makes sense, right? Okay. If it's after May 1st, he does not count against that formula.
Okay.
But he's still in that situation where by July 22nd, he can still negotiate, but he reverts back to them essentially for $3.4 million if he doesn't sign with it.
Very quickly, I was just Sam Paniavovich, who comes on with Show Up on the Bulldog on Fridays. He was just texting me about Offensive Rookie of the Year odds.
Okay.
And we were just talking about rookies in the break. He loves Omarion Hampton at 16-1 to be the Offensive Rookie of the Year. We were just talking about Luther Burden, though. He is plus 5,000. This is not something we could bet on in New York State, by the way. But I'm looking at Twitter right now, and I got Ben Johnson talking about how the ball tends to find his slot receiver, and that was Amon-Ra St. Brown in Detroit, and now Luther Burden is there, and he ran 88% of his routes out of the slot. I mean, if I could bet Offensive Rookie of the Year, I would be looking at Burden, especially given that he's behind he's the same odds as Jalen Milroe. A lot of action last night in both the hockey playoffs and in the NBA. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, Ottawa wins 4-0 over Toronto to force a Game 6 back in Ottawa. They were down 3-0 in that series. Now it sits at 3-2. Hurricanes were down 3-0 in the game last night against the Devils. They come back to win in double overtime and advance to round 2. New Jersey season is over. Vegas and Edmonton won as well. They go up 3-2 in their series. Tonight in the NHL, you've got 3 games, the first of which Canadiens and Capitals kicking things off at 7 o'clock. Washington leads the series 3-1. In the NBA, the Bucks season comes to an end. They were up 7 with 30 seconds to go. They find a way to lose. Pacers advance to the next round. Pistons over the Knicks to force a Game 6. Celtics win over the Magic to go to round 2. Nuggets win over the Clippers to go up 3-2 in the series. A couple of football notes from yesterday. Diana Rossini reports that the Cowboys have been showing interest in Pittsburgh wide receiver George Pickens, but that has cooled a little bit in the last couple of days since the NFL draft. Nick Underhill in New Orleans reporting that Derek Carr is not going to play for the Saints this year, or at least it would be flabbergasting if he did, and that at the moment Tyler Shuck, the second-round rookie out of Louisville, is the favorite to start Week 1 for New Orleans. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Yeah. You know what? That's good by me. That's a blessing.
To be called Jerry?
I guess so. One of the great misconceptions.
You want your name out of it on that?
No, not because I'm like in any way
just on that show specifically.
Embarrassed or ashamed or anything. One of maybe the greatest misconceptions, and you can speak to this. Now they're on YouTube especially. The belief that, you guys want to go viral so bad. Like, I promise you.
Same. I just everything to
it's not a thing we're hoping for. Not really.
But it has happened.
Sure. McAfee, first things first take. At least we're Jerry and Joe on a number of these shows.
Rich Eisen show, New York Post. Maybe tonight it'll be. Will we get on John Oliver? Last week tonight?
No.
This week.
Let's hope not.
Will we get on? I don't know. The nightly news.
803-0550. Get some phone calls in. Happy Wednesday. Chillier today, right? Chilly.
Yeah, it was cold. We kept our windows open overnight, and it was freezing.
Me too. Tomorrow it's going to be high as 73. Don't look now, but like the weekend looks like a washout.
Great.
It's a lot of rain.
Good. Go to the Bandits game.
Yes, Bandits playoffs.
Friday night. They're a wagon.
Or go to the Derby.
Or the Derby. Or if you want to take actually, it's not in Rochester. If you want to drive all the way to Syracuse, you can go to Amherst Crunch this week, but that's a bit of a hike.
Jay in Hamilton is up to lead off this hour. What's up, Jay?
Oh, what a pleasure to be on the Jerry and Joe show. It is amazing. Not to have Joe feel left out. Let's call it the Jerry and Jim show going forward. So I know you got a lot of callers. So I'll be quick here. This is my position is this, and I've felt this way for a little bit now. With the Bean phone call on Monday, again, which was incredible radio. I still can't get over how wonderful this radio has been. I think the defensive position he was taking is sort of where I'm falling on this with this team. And I've made this case about defensively and offensively that I feel like what this team has been missing is that alpha male sort of monster pass rusher, wide receiver person. And what I mean by that is we can do this, play receiver by committee all year and be successful, and we were, and that's great. But at the end of the year, what did it get us, right? And I say to myself, when you need a big play to win a game, which basically, guys, we know this is what's come down to with these games against the Chiefs. It's 1 or 2 plays that make or break a game. And I feel like right now with the receiver group that we have, I don't think we have that go-to guy, just like I think we don't really have that on defense. So what I think Bean's been doing is kind of chasing his tail on the defensive side with the number of picks he's had over the years that kind of, flamed out, whether it's Basham or Elam or Edmonds. So I think he's still trying to chase that. I think he thought he got that in Miller, and that washed out big time. So we are left with a team that I don't think has that one guy that teams go, okay, guys, they got a couple of plays left. Here's what we have to look out for. And I think that's the frustration Bean was coming at with receiver, because that's that alpha male A.G. Brown type I always talk about, who I just love. We don't have. And I think that's what I feel could hold us back. And that's why I'm kind of waiting to see how this goes this year. I'll end right here. We have Josh Allen, I think the greatest quarterback in the league. But we have to stop saying, well, it's Josh Allen. He can make anything out of anything. We got to give him something. I think we're holding it back. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jay. One thing about this conversation, like you're talking about the blue chipper, which I know some people don't think this is correct, but what two people are the most qualified to say what has been said on this show? You and me. We're the ones that are here every day. You know what this offseason has been about? It is, even though there's a wide receiver big board behind me, it's empty.
It's empty, though.
It's empty. The number one thing this offseason was about when it started was just what he was talking about, a blue chipper.
Yeah.
Stud somewhere. Not
anywhere.
Doesn't have to be A.J. Brown.
It mostly was pass
Myles
rusher.
Garrett, Trey Hendrickson, Max Crosby. I thought the idea of Malachi Starks in the draft, okay, if he's going to be like that guy, I'll take that guy at any position. Should they trade up for the best edge? Right. What about Travis Hunter? He can play both ways.
Right.
The offseason was, at the start of it, a lot of that. Yes, they need pieces on defense, and you could even make, I don't think it's that hard to make an argument, draft as many defensive players as possible, and if one blue chipper comes out of there, then jackpot. Chris Jones was a second-round pick. So the offseason was not relentless receiver conversation. We ignored everything else. It was mostly blue chip. Where do I get I even said to you going into the draft, where am I coming out with three other names that fit in the NFL's top 100 players? Positionless.
Right. Which is what kind of got us to safety a little bit, didn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
So, we are, last year we did a lot about that position, but this year it was, as soon as it ended, if you want to say that's receiver, or if you want to say that's edge, I'm into TJ Watt. We talked TJ Watt for a minute.
Yeah.
We're going to talk. As soon as a guy's name comes up in trade rumors, Devontae Adams, you think he'd want to sign here? No, he wants to go to the West Coast. Okay.
Right. We spent a minute with Devontae Adams, and if maybe I'm missing somebody else, but the only player I can think of for this idea that we talked about at receiver was Metcalf. Right. Metcalf also happened so quick. To be fair, we probably would have talked more. We would have talked more about DK Metcalf. Absolutely. But it happened. Didn't it happen in 2 days? That it was
fast.
Hey, DK Metcalf's available for trade. 2 days go by. Okay, he's on the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, it was kind of fast.
It was pretty fast. So we would have. But Metcalf was the only one at that position that fit that bill. It's been more about edge rusher. Weeks of Myles Garrett and Max Crosby. And to be fair, for me, that was the goal at the beginning of the offseason. It's a tough goal to achieve, is go find an elite player. I don't even care what position it's at.
It's hard to do.
It's hard to do, and they really didn't do it.
No,
but again, it's not their.
Who did? Who did?
That's the point.
How many teams did?
The only team that maybe can argue they did is Pittsburgh, and I think you could debate how good Metcalf is for that.
Yeah, who's the most significant?
And they don't have a quarterback.
Who's the most significant NFL player that moved teams this year? Is it Metcalf?
It's probably Metcalf.
Is it Devontae Adams?
None of the edge rushers moved. None of them.
Right.
Milton
Williams. Is that it?
Sure. But he's good, but he doesn't qualify for this.
We talked about Milton Williams. We threw out the idea of Josh Sweat. Right? Eagles. So
it's probably Metcalf is the number one. And have we done a lot of revisionist history on they should have done that? I like the player, but we haven't spent much time on being bitter about that the Steelers got him and the Bills didn't.
Now, one thing I would say is about this, and this is a new landing spot I'm on not just the Bills, but kind of every team that's not the Eagles. Most of the salary cap restrictions you hear about are a cover. I'll go a little too far to say a lie, but the Bills couldn't do that. They could do a lot. They could do a lot more. A lot of teams could do a lot more. Mm-hmm. Being yesterday talking about how, you got a quarterback, you got to make concessions. Not really. A lot of teams have expensive quarterbacks now. Josh Allen's cap hit is 10th among quarterbacks this year. 10th. Mm-hmm. It's not he's number one by a lot. This is not, in the NHL, when the salary cap got introduced, we kind of started thinking you can't be a one-line team because then you won't be able to fill your roster. Allen is paid a lot. There's no doubt about that.
And that will get higher because he just signed an extension in a couple years.
It will. But what will also happen is other extensions will get signed.
Right.
And other guys will pass him. Let's say Jaden Daniels puts together 2 more really good years. He will pass Josh Allen on cap hit.
Sure.
Or at least on money, and then they'll probably work to keep the cap hit low. But quarterback cap hits this year. Here are the teams that are paying more to their quarterback on the cap than Josh Allen. Cowboys, who are in a cap mess because they do bad business.
They're bad at this.
This is one spot that Brandon Beane gets ahead of the game. Given a lot of credit for doing stuff like this. Ahead of the game on a lot of their contracts. They save money.
And Dallas is late
the opposite.
all the time.
The Rams pay $49 on the cap this year for Stafford. The Bengals, $46 for Burrow. Lamar, $43. Kyler, $43. Geno Smith, $40.
Ooh.
Kirk Cousins, $40.
Ooh.
Tua, not even playing.
Cousins, he's the backup.
Tua, $39. Herbert, $37. And then
what's Allen's?
$36.
Okay.
Right behind Allen is Deshaun Watson, 35. And then Goff, 32.
Mm-hmm.
Mahomes' cap hit this year is 28.
Right. I don't think they didn't end up with a blue chipper because they couldn't afford it. I think they didn't because they didn't get moved.
Yeah, I agree.
Simply put. I think if Myles Garrett had been traded, let's say if all of them had been traded, it's a lot to say, but Crosby moved and Garrett moved and TJ Watt moved, all these elite pass rushers moved. I bet you the Bills would have been one of the landing spots. If like 3 or 4 of them had moved teams, they would have got one of them.
Yeah, that's probably right.
0 got moved.
That's right. Steve in Virginia. Hey, Steve.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to keep on with the wide receiver topic. You remember last year, Bills had a couple injuries, and then we got blown out to the Ravens 35-10. Then we also lost to the Texans 23-20. Couldn't score enough points on offense for those 2 games. And then Brandon Beane had to go make an in-season trade for Amari Cooper. I know a lot of it had to do with injuries to Curtis Samuel, and other players. So say if we get a couple more players that get injured again, or if the offense, stalls again, is Brandon Beane going to have to do the same thing, make an in-season trade or, do something else? Because, with any other quarterback, I don't think, this group of receivers will be successful. Maybe Mahomes or, somebody like that, but very few, I think, would be successful with the group that the Bills have. And I just wanted to get your take on all that.
Yeah. No, you're talking, Steve, I'm thinking, if one of these players, the Cooper trade last year, he becomes available, they wanted to add, and they did it. This is where, what Beane said on Monday, I really wonder, how much is that? It boxes in the conversation, but it also boxes in him. Maybe, if a receiver that isn't available right now, this guy's not going to become available, but Terry McLaurin's in the final year of his deal, and for some reason, June hits, and they're so far apart on money that now he's being talked about as a trade idea. I'm going to want them to do that. I see value in a player like that on this offense and making things even easier on Josh Allen. Sure, do you need it? You could argue that. Do I want it still? Does it make it even better? Sure. But the way the general manager talked on Monday, I can't imagine having a real conversation about them actually doing it. And that's an if.
And I want to say real quick, while I don't agree with that approach,
no, me neither.
I do think there is a defense of it. I do think you could make the case. I've got the best quarterback. I don't ever need a $31 million receiver. If you want to make that case, I guess this is what it comes down to. Could you defend a point that you don't agree with? Because I could defend that point. I don't agree with it, but I could defend it because, again, if they were to go out and if they treated receiver like some teams treat running back and just draft and never re-sign. Mm-hmm. And that's a new team's model. For a while, that's what people thought the Packers were going to do, which, by the way, the Packers haven't paid anybody. So it still might be the Packers model to draft them and say goodbye. We're not going to pay Jaden Reed. We're not going to pay Christian Watson. We're going to cycle this position because our offensive coordinator is a genius and our quarterback is really good. That's defendable. If the Bills want to do it with just, $10 to $15 million guys, I think you could make a defense of that.
Yeah.
So I might not agree with it.
To Steve's question, though, if Because this did happen last year. By the way, in the year where they were second in the league in points, it did happen. They had a slow patch in the middle. They had a game in Houston. They had a game in Baltimore where it became evident. Ooh, you're missing something out there. You don't have something out there, and there are teams that are picking on you for it. And what did they do? They traded for Amari Cooper. And again, like, impressive that they were able to bounce back and be so 30-point run on offense without him even being a big contributor. But to Steve's question, if they did have a similar type of start where, okay, we're 6 games into the year and we're off a couple of games where it looks like defenses are picking on you because, hey, Coleman didn't develop and you don't have much on the outside, and there's an Amari Cooper comparable out there on the market. Are they going to do that again? They did just show they were willing to last year. Or would they say this year, hey, last year we bounced back and we didn't even need him, so let's just trust the process and we'll stay with our guys?
Good. Bob in Arkansas. Hey, Bob.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. I can't believe my good fortune to get on air the soon-to-be nationally syndicated Jerry and Hollywood Joe show.
That's right.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Wow, right? Hey.
Yeah.
Anyways, I was listening to the Bean. It was on the app. I listened to that the day it happened. It's funny. I actually thought you guys were getting pranked for like 20 seconds. I'm like, this is so out of character. And then I finally heard his voice more, and I thought, no, that's him. And I thought, man, he's just way out of character. And I thought, well, maybe he's just having a bad day. Dude hasn't slept in 3 days. The draft's crazy. And everybody can have bad days. But I think the thing that disappointed me most as a fan was the fantasy football comment. And I think it was because we care, man. Like, I don't know that there's any more informed fan base than the Buffalo Bills fan base, and a fan base that cares more. We're in a small market. We love our team, man. We just want to see the team be successful, you know. Last year I traveled to Houston to see a game, spent a bunch of money, came up for the divisional game against the Ravens, spent a bunch of money. And as a fan, I see that there are times the offense stalls. It seems like they need someone that can get open downfield. You know, we're passionate, man. You know, it's not coming from a place of even judging him. It's just we all want the same thing. We want to hoist that Lombardi Trophy and win.
Yeah, thanks, Bob.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a unit that's already really good, great even, to be even better. I've kind of...
To that point.
Yeah, go ahead.
We played a clip of Stephen A. Smith saying, like, as a pundit, you got to do your research.
Right.
Like, and, you know, Bean has tried to take shots at us for forgetting about Josh Palmer. Like, buddy...
No, right.
We haven't forgotten about anything. To the point where, at one point during this draft process, I went back to the last 10 or 12 number one offenses in the NFL and what they did with their first 3 picks in the draft. What did they do? Did they say, we are an amazing offense, we're not going to pick offense? And again, like, every one of these teams would have context. But for me, what do I want to do? Like, all right, I want to find out context. How normal is it for a team that's number 1 to draft offense? By the way, the Bills were number 2.
All right.
All but 2 of them drafted an offensive player in the first 3 rounds. It's not unusual. So why did I want to do that? I want to know the context. I want to know, hey, because if I could find a trend, Joe, where I see, you want to know something? Stat of the day, the last 12 teams finished number 1 on offense, didn't spend a pick on offense, and the opposite is true. It's more rare to not do it. So if they had taken a receiver, if they had taken a back, if they finished number 1 in the league this year, number 1, and win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They going to take an offensive player?
Well, we're not going to care what they do. Does the draft even exist next year?
That's right.
If they've done that.
But if they have the number 1,
we will not. The draft will go by, and we will realize we forgot it.
That's right. The
Monday will show up. Like, wait, there was a draft. Yeah, I'm thinking about, like, it's such an extreme example of it, but the Warriors won more games in an NBA season than any team ever. And they came 2 plays away from winning the NBA championship. And what did they do? They signed the 3rd best player in the world. They're already the best scoring team that's ever existed.
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, let's do that too. And that's an extreme example, as I mentioned. The Eagles were reportedly in on Myles Garrett. They just won the Super Bowl, and everybody saw how. They had an amazing pass rush.
And they let a lot of it
amazing defensive line. Two guys left, 2 important pieces. But they didn't just say, well, we're going to get growth from guys internal. It was, reported that they were going to be in on the best dude in the league. They were already great at it. They lost 2, but they were still going to be great. And like the best dude in the league's available.
Matt in Charlotte. Hey, Matt.
Hey, guys. Really enjoy the show. Wanted to share a perspective here. I'm a psychotherapist. I've worked with couples and families arguing for the last 25 years. And when I listen to the conversation, first of all, you guys handled it masterfully. But over 25 years, I've heard people argue about dishes when dishes aren't really the problem, okay?
Yep.
Dishes are never the problem. And in this case, kind of, the argument between you two about the wide receivers really isn't the issue. What I learn is, after months of arguing about dishes, what we really find out after peeling some layers back is that mommy and daddy aren't in love anymore, okay? And in this case, Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane are not in love anymore. I think the issue is really about the coach. And all of the roster stuff, it's important to talk about that. But the real issue is we need a new coach. Everybody can probably agree that the roster has never been a problem over the last 5 years. So just wanted to share that. Again, you guys handled it very well. Appreciate you, and I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Matt. I mean, I don't know that they need a new coach or they need a new GM, but I do think that people should leave space for that possibility that the two, they do not report. It's not a, it's
even playing field.
Well,
in theory,
they each report to the owner. The coach doesn't report to the GM or the GM to the coach. They report to the owner. So they are equals on two branches. It's a two-branch organization, the personnel side, the coaching side. And I think people should leave space for, not trying to create drama here, but for the idea that, yeah, that's part of what's happened here. When Beane says again and again, it was the defense. It was the defense. The defense. That is something that, we don't land on it too much. What if I don't want to say that. Like, this is a group that's had a lot of success and a lot of continuity. Another market that might pick up a little bit more. But when he says it's the defense, he's saying my head coach needs to get the job done. Is what he's saying. He's kind of. I drafted Josh.
Right.
I drafted Josh. I built an offense. Doesn't need receiver. It's the defense. But that's where I would just leave space for that rift being, worth considering.
Sure. The thing I would want to add, though, and the caller said this, no one could say that they haven't had a good enough roster over the last 5 years. You could say, I think you can say that. Can you say that about the defense? I think we can just say last year they did not have a good enough roster on defense.
Yeah. Previous years that we probably feel like they mostly have.
Sure. And a couple years, the Von Miller year where they signed him, like everyone was in agreement that's the best roster in football, and often they've had that. But I'm not trying to absolve McDermott for, again, letting an inferior or a gettable Chiefs offense look dominant against you. I'm not trying to absolve him of that. But we think that roster was good enough on defense last year. This is, again, all to the point of it wasn't everything about receiver. I'm sure, everyone knew the defense needed to improve and that most of their draft picks were going to be on defense. Why? Because the roster wasn't good enough on defense. Damar Hamlin is an incredible story. There's going to be a movie made about him, I'm sure, in 10 years. And he's a better player than you would have ever thought coming back from what he came back from. He should not have been on the field the whole season. And then in the playoffs, covering Xavier Worthy in man coverage.
They signed Mike Edwards, and he never saw the field. They drafted Kyer Elam, and he rarely saw the field.
Kyer Elam, who they showed for 3 years they did not trust, was the next man up.
Yeah.
Behind a cornerback that has a concussion history. He was concussed that week.
And that's why they drafted a lot of defensive players, someone's shouting at the radio. Which is right. Which is correct. That is right. 803-0550. More of your calls if you want. We got some people to chat about it here on WGR. Free agent tender tag that hadn't been used in 2022. We've seen used twice this offseason.
Okay, let me explain. I'm glad you asked me this because I do think it's important to tell people. Because, Joe, I think this answers your question, and Jeremy, about do I think the Bills will do it? I think it's harder. It's harder now because here's why. So the way this works is, and it's a very rare kind of rule, that it's a rule that's kind of rarely used, but it happens here, as we know. So there's this thing called an unrestricted free agent tender. The Browns have put that on Elijah Moore. What this means now is, if Elijah Moore does not sign with another team by July 22nd, that's the key date, July 22nd. If he doesn't sign with another team by then, he can only play for the Cleveland Browns, and he will play for $3.4 million. They've guaranteed that. It's no different than a RFA tender when you guarantee that salary, but hey, now you go out to free negotiate, right? You could do that. Happens in hockey, happens in football. If no one signs him by July 22nd, he goes back to the Cleveland Browns. He plays for $3.4 million. In the meantime, he is allowed to negotiate contracts with anybody. It is a two-way street. There is no minimum that another team has to offer him. But you would think, wouldn't you think, you'd probably have to at least come very close to that, if not right. Because if you're Elijah Moore and somebody offers you $2 million, why would you take that over $3.4 million, right? So you're probably going to have to offer that. And if it could be close. Maybe it's close and he goes, hey, I'd rather go to this other organization. That's fine. That could happen. Now, if that happens, the reason they put this tender on him is, if that were to happen by the tender deadline, May 1st, I believe that is. What is that, tomorrow, right? May 1st?
Yeah.
If he were to sign before then, he still falls under the compensatory pick formula for the Browns as a player that left to weigh in for next year, and for the team that added him for the player for an ad for next year, if that makes sense, right?
Okay.
If it's after May 1st, he does not count against that formula.
Okay.
But he's still in that situation where by July 22nd, he can still negotiate, but he reverts back to them essentially for $3.4 million if he doesn't sign with it.
Very quickly, I was just Sam Paniavovich, who comes on with Show Up on the Bulldog on Fridays. He was just texting me about Offensive Rookie of the Year odds.
Okay.
And we were just talking about rookies in the break. He loves Omarion Hampton at 16-1 to be the Offensive Rookie of the Year. We were just talking about Luther Burden, though. He is plus 5,000. This is not something we could bet on in New York State, by the way. But I'm looking at Twitter right now, and I got Ben Johnson talking about how the ball tends to find his slot receiver, and that was Amon-Ra St. Brown in Detroit, and now Luther Burden is there, and he ran 88% of his routes out of the slot. I mean, if I could bet Offensive Rookie of the Year, I would be looking at Burden, especially given that he's behind, he's the same odds as Jalen Milroe.
Thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief. He's a rare person, he's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Because when he is, he elevates the space around him.
James Gladstone?
I like this dude.
And in relation to Joey Gladstone?
From Full House?
I got one.
It took me.
I got one.
I was mostly sure. It's just been so long since I've seen that.
I'm glad I got one.
Joey Gladstone. Is he top 3 character on that show? Yes.
Yeah.
Is he number 1? Who's the best Full House character? Is it Joey Gladstone? It might be Joey Gladstone, actually.
That's a great. I mean, it's
Jesse
not,
Kansopoulos.
It's not Uncle Jesse.
Comet doesn't count because everyone would pick Comet.
Comet. Listen, Comet.
Comet would be number 1.
It's not Jesse.
Dogs don't count.
It's got to be Uncle Jesse.
Ooh. These are top 2?
Probably.
Danny Tanner, great character, but not top 2. Okay, it's between Uncle Jesse and Joey. Put a poll up.
Another poll.
I'll put a poll up.
Another poll. 803-0550, our number. We'll mix some more calls in here, Jeremy and Joe. Silas in New Jersey. Hey, Silas, what's up?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
New Jersey traffic. Yeah, but whatever. So I just wanted to bring up a couple of quick points. I don't understand why people would say that this roster over the last few years has been worth getting to the Super Bowl. I mean, outside of the quarterback, Stephon Diggs, and some really nice regular season numbers, the defense has been marred by untimely injuries in the playoffs. I don't know what the defense was supposed to do in 2022. After they signed Von Miller, the pass rush went from, top 5, top 10 in the league to, the well under bottom half of the league when Von Miller got hurt. You also lost Trey White. You also lost, a lot of guys in leading up to the playoffs. Same thing with 2023. I don't know what the team was supposed to do defensively when you don't have Benford, you have a hobbled Russell Douglas, you don't have Micah Hyde, you don't have Milano. There are guys. Daquan Jones just came back, a couple weeks before the playoffs started. There were guys that are integral to the defensive system that are just not there. So I heard a caller earlier say that this is a very informed fan base, one of the most. And I'm not saying that the Bills fans are not. I'm a Bills fan. We're all Bills fans, I assume. But if you watched that defense last year, and you pay attention to the numbers, and you're doing your thing to make sure that you're researched on what's going on with the defense, I don't understand how you would ask for anything other than defense in this draft. Now, yes, did we need a speed wide receiver to stretch the field to really open up this offense by giving Josh Allen a third level option? Absolutely. But there were plenty of times last year where Mac Hollins, Keon Coleman, Dalton Kincaid, the running backs got open, got steps, and Josh just missed the throw because we don't do it often enough, or he's more worried about turning the football over or overthrowing a guy than he is about, just taking a chance. So when you have the 28th completion percentage against on defense, when you are the 29th team when it comes to defensive third down percentage, you're allowing, there's only 2 teams in the league, 2 or 3 teams allowing more third downs conversions than you are when you're not getting home, when you're allowing a time to throw on average under 3 seconds, under 2.7 seconds throughout the year when you're giving Mahomes the option to step up and find receivers on crossing routes because you don't have the athleticism in the secondary. You don't have the coverage skills guys to allow the defense to get off the field and get this offense more opportunities. We're top 5, we're top 7 in scoring, and we're bottom, and we're 17th in possessions. These are numbers that are real, and attacking the defense actually fixes the problem. And it also gives the McDermott detractors what they want. If McDermott can't win this year, if he can't at least get to a Super Bowl with this influx of talent, speed, athleticism, and youth on this defense, he's never going to get it done. So it's time to fire him.
Well, real quick, Silas, on this point, I don't think anybody disagrees. Like, their defensive talent last year was not good enough.
Right.
I mean, it's going to sound like a shot at Bean. It's not. Who built that defense? It's been here for a long time. It's been a long... The entire roster, every single player on it is, whether you think their roster is one of the best in the league or they're only carried by Josh and his unicorn status, or they built an incredible offense. Like, Bean has some feathers in his cap, and he has got some where they've dedicated 8 top 100 picks to the defensive line. 4 of those, by the way, 3 of those this year. But they've dedicated a lot to the defensive line, and they've not been able to get home. The Super Bowl, to me, was the showcase here. What did the Eagles do? They didn't call exotic stuff. They just beat the brakes off the Chiefs up front. And the Bills, after trying to build defensive lines again and again and again, that's Von's on that line, first-round pick Ed Oliver, first-round pick Greg Rousseau, a defensive tackle spot that kind of rotates in. But the Bills they drafted third-round Dwayne Carter, inactive for that game. The Bills didn't have the talent to beat up a Chiefs offensive line that was there for it. Now, maybe that's because they were weak in the secondary, where their first man up off the bench is Kyer Elam. So,
couldn't you even argue they overachieved on defense last year
because of the turnovers?
Because of the turnovers.
Because of the turnovers.
And honestly, I've pointed this out, they were not that bad run defense-wise. Right? They were plugging that together. Jordan Phillips comes in, Quentin Jefferson comes in, Milano misses most of the year, and it's Dorian Williams. And by DVOA, they were the 10th best rush defense in football last year. And they stopped half of the Baltimore attack, right?
Yep.
They did stop Derrick Henry. Everyone was, Bulldog put it this way, everyone was thinking there was Paul Bunyan walking into the stadium for that day in the divisional round, and they did stop him. They had to give the pass maybe to do it. So, what was the roster? The roster had a lot of holes on defense, and they found their way to turnovers and being good in certain spots. They were terrible on third down. But
one spot the defense had a big hole or big problem they didn't fix. They're hoping safety. They're hoping Cole Bishop is ready.
Yeah.
Because last year their safeties were they're bad. I mean, whether you want to use PFF coverage grades or rankings all over the place, where the Bills' safeties rank. Near the bottom, not good in coverage. Mm-hmm. And they kept that room together for the most part. They had Derek Forrest.
Right. But the difference will be that Bishop should play all year.
Right. They're counting on Bishop to be the guy that elevates there. And Rapp is a guy that, he's fine. He's okay. He's not a high-priced, big-time safety. They've gotten by with that before. Maybe they think a better front four will help them there. But
it's a little bit like counting on Coleman, isn't it?
Sure, which is a reasonable thing to do. Is it the best plan? Maybe not, but it could be defended as a good plan.
Right. They've started acting at safety more like the way the league kind of does, which is we're going to prioritize defensive line and corner, and safety kind of comes after. It's 2 positions now, really, where the roster looks different. The strategy, you could argue, looks a little bit different from, with the investment and the play that Hyde and Poyer gave you, plus around that time is when they trade for Diggs. So 2 positions they're their 2 best positions, right? Like when they made it to the AFC Championship the first time, and then the 13-2 game where a lot of people thought they should have won the Super Bowl that year. Outside of quarterback, obviously, your best 2 positions were probably receiver and safety, and more, those are the 2 positions where they're kind of thinking, we're going to get by with guys that are just pretty good.
Let's go to Joe in Florida. Hey, Joe, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call. Boy, a couple interesting days for you guys.
Yes, indeed.
I feel like I've been listening quite a bit the last couple of days, and I almost feel like it's getting a little out of control on trying to make all the excuses on how poorly Brandon Beane has performed or how poorly Sean. I mean, we just had a caller call in and want to get rid of McDermott and that there's a split up between the two. I mean, we're really going off the deep ends here. Fact of the matter is, guys, we've got one of the best general managers in the league. I mean, I think he's got a track record that supports that. You can disagree on one or two of his moves, but, I listened yesterday and you guys were going down a rabbit hole of giving Josh Allen all the credit for all the wins, the culture in the locker room, and that, basically any coach-GM combo could win with Josh. Now, I'm not dumb enough to say there aren't any other people out there that could win with Josh Allen. He's obviously, if not the best, one of the top 3 or 4 players in the entire league at the most important position. But, that culture in that locker room is something that Heyer and Poyd and Trey White and McDermott started and have carried over. It's been Beane and McDermott bringing the right players in to develop that culture. And I'll give you the perfect example. The thing that kept coming up in my mind listening to you guys. Do we all agree Joe Burrow is a franchise quarterback?
Yes.
Where do you rank his wide receiver room in the entire league with Jamar Chase?
One or two.
Exactly. So there's a team that's got everything, yet their GM has let them down.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Just, Joe, let's be objective here. They missed the playoffs last year, right? Their defense is a mess. They fired their defensive coordinator. They had a dip, right?
Yep.
Is their resume not better than the Bills? Is it or is it not? I mean, they made a Super Bowl.
They made one Super Bowl.
That's right. They made a Super Bowl, and they made 2 AFC championship games, the same numbers the Bills have. They've had years where Burrow was missed with injury, and their defense fell apart. But I mean, if the argument is to be, and again, like I'm not even, I don't, Joe, I'm not going to hang up on you. I want to keep going here. I'm not even here saying they need to give Allen the top 2 receivers in football, but I don't want to really hear, or I don't want to entertain the idea that the Bengals are flawed when they have been farther than the Bills.
Well, I understand that, but what the argument that I'm going to make there, if we're going to be objective, it's more than their defense that let them down. They've got their money in wide receivers. Their offensive line has been terrible. They haven't protected Burrow.
But they have not had money in receiver until right now.
Yeah, before that, right, exactly. One thing about the Bengals is this gets to the Eagles' point. Again, like, Joe, I think that the salary cap, sorry, you, Joe, I think the salary cap lets people believe that these teams are all on an equal financial playing field, and they are not. Some teams do more, and some teams do less. And Cincinnati has been one that over the years has been talked about as doing less. And their GM might not be as good as Brandon Beane. But again, they have made it farther. They have been just as good. They've had lower lows because they don't have the defensive coach. They have the injuries. They make bad picks. But I guess I don't know. I don't get looking at the Bengals as some sort of dunking on scenario.
And if I could add in here quickly, Joe, the Bengals who missed the playoffs by 1 game, or was it even tiebreakers this past season, with 1-point losses to the Ravens and to the Chiefs. Look what it took for them to miss. They had elite quarterback and elite wide receiver. They had a terrible secondary. They had a terrible defensive line. They had a terrible offensive line. They had mid-running backs, mid-tight ends. Like, it almost feels like they were, the Sabres with Jack Eichel and Sam Reinhart said, well, you can't win with star players because they couldn't do it. Well, they had nothing else around them. Look how much it took for them to miss the playoffs with those 3 players that they had. They had to literally screw everything up else on the roster.
But I understand. So you're kind of making my point because I'm saying you can have a franchise quarterback. You can have those difference makers at wide receiver.
You can.
But the Bills aren't going to have nothing else.
Any GM in there. I mean, think about last season, guys. At this time, we were sitting here going, oh, my God, look at all the dead cap they have.
Yeah.
Look at the guys that they've let go. This is a reset year. We might win 9 games this year, maybe 10. I mean, Brandon retooled and brought in a roster that got us to 13-4.
and made a run in the playoffs that was totally unexpected.
I mean, I guess
that was sad, but I expected they were going to win the division last year.
Like totally unexpected,
but it was sad.
It's just you can't overstate how much Josh Allen does that for them, and Joe Brady and Bean does deserve credit, but the Bengals have not ever fallen apart because of paying receivers. They just started to do that. They were paying elsewhere, and teams make bad decisions. But the idea that you can't have, and again, I feel like so much of this conversation is being hijacked. Bean is trying to hijack it. Oh, about Diggs, and I'd love to have a Pro Bowl receivers. We're talking about drafting one in the 4th and 5th and 6th, where he wanted to draft one. But he's trying to recreate and reframe the narrative. Joe, you said you can't have a premium quarterback and premium receivers. You definitely can, and lots of teams do. Whether or not you have the rest of it, it's hard. It's a puzzle to put together. But successful teams have multiple highly paid players. And whether that's the Ravens, who I don't know if they're paying big money to a receiver yet. Probably not. Maybe Zay Flowers gets good money there. The Chiefs, of course, have had a premier tight end. I don't know. I feel like we always get in all these different branches of the conversations, but you definitely can. The Bills had it and won 4 divisions while having it. And last year they won with $26 million in dead cap. I would raise my hand and say, what if the $26 million was on the $26 million receiver instead of just dead cap? Or on a $26 million defensive end, right? There are lots of ways to do it. Bean said that with us. He said that with McAfee. We agree with that. We don't think they're going to be bad. We don't think it's as binary as that. But I want to always caution against saying what you can't do. There's a lot of things that you can do and that these teams can do more. The Bills could be more like the Eagles. They really could do that. But financially and structuring, they've not yet done that. And that's... whatever. We saw some void years this year, so maybe they're starting to move that direction. They should be going all out. Thanks for the phone call, Joe. Good points.
Yeah.
All unpacking it. Extendo Sports and then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. All right, so to that point, the Patriots. I don't think it's a spicy take to pick New England to finish second in this division. Maybe they don't get there. Maybe they do. They are playing a last-place schedule. And I did a real quick, this isn't Howard picks the Bills, Jeremy picks the Patriots. This is just, I picked, look, all right, what can they do?
Yeah.
And I think I casually got to 10 for the Patriots.
Casually?
Casually. You want to do it real quick?
Sure, yeah.
Is 10 the right number? All right, hold up your 10 fingers, count them down, knock them off as you want. Everybody out there at home. Can the Patriots get to 10 wins?
Okay.
All right, in the division, how many are they going to win?
In the division?
In the division. Jets
They're
and Dolphins.
They're going to win 3.
3, okay. The number is 7. Browns.
Win.
6. Falcons.
Where's the game?
New England.
Win.
5. Giants.
Win.
4. Panthers.
Yikes. Win.
3. Steelers.
Where's the game?
New England.
Man.
You don't have to do it. I said I casually got there.
Win. I don't like Pittsburgh this year.
2. Raiders.
Give me the Raiders.
Okay.
I think the Raiders could be
still got to find 2. Titans.
Win.
Saints.
Win.
Done.
Man, I don't like that. That felt too easy.
Did not get to. I left out the harder ones because the order matters. Bengals, Bucks, Ravens. But 3 in the division, like I said, a casual. I don't think 10 is nuts for them. I don't think it's nuts at all.
I guess you're right. I mean,
last place schedule.
None of those. They'll lose to a couple of those teams, but they also might mix in a win or two against the harder ones. So
and they're going,
maybe it evens out.
They're going from a coach that I think was overmatched to a coach that has won and has been pretty good.
I mean, it's all for them going to be
Drake May.
How well have they done to surround Drake May?
Right.
All right, Extendo Sports. Montreal, Washington tonight. Florida, Tampa. And then we get to see if Connor Hellebuck gets pulled for the third game in a row.
Good luck, Connor. We got to go.